Hello there, you delightful individuals, you happy-go-lucky scamps of humankind. Hello, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? How are things, you cheeky little devils? We are back here in the wonderful realms of the Cult of Vane. And we're going to be exploring another Mythical Monday's first Mythical Monday of 2025 today, which is exciting. I don't know Mythical Monday in 2025. In fact, we've been lacking a little bit recently. We missed November, and then we did December. We did the Mary Lloyd in December, which I kept referring to as the Mary Lloyd, because that's how it's spelled.
Subscribed, most kind.
Dean, you cheeky devil! Thank you very much for giving that sub to. It's Monday again. Where is my thing? Hold on. It's Monday again. It is indeed. It is indeed. Not only a Monday, but a mythical Monday. It's the Dean. I should now grab that name from the mirror. Vane.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Interruption. Because I can.
Oh, scandalous. I didn't even get to the point where I was saying my usual stuff, Dean. You didn't even let me get there. Good Lord. It's Monday. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? You cheeky little devil. Thank you very much for the 100 little ponderings as well, Dean. Rude is what it is. Rude.
Yeah, subscribe.
Pixie Cat Games.
Kind.
Coming in here as well with the 7 months, you cheeky little devil. Thank you very much for choosing to subscribe for 7 whole months. Bloody not, with 2 months off of Twitch, baby. 2 months off of Twitch, baby, you cheeky devil. Your name is also inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. And of course, you get access to all this. Stop it! I'm trying to do the thing.
Interruption. No, you're rude.
I'm not the one interrupting you, Dean. I'm not the one interrupting. You're the one that is rude. God damn it. But the most important thing, Pixie Guy Games, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, me. Oh my lordy, straight away, ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the preposterousness, the scandal. How's it going, Ptolemy? The cult of Ptolemy has graced this stream to spread the good word of our deity, the chaos deity themselves. Monty, stop with the popcorn. Monty, I had enough of this the other week. Last Thursday, when we went to see Nosferatu. Yes, we'll talk about that. We went to see Nosferatu, you cheeky little devil. All right? Stop it. Ptolemy. What were you up to today, Ptolemy?
7 months makes 3 Twitch babies relieved face.
What are we going to call our babies? What are we going to call our third Twitch baby, Ptolemy? I should now describe your name in the black tier 2 ink, you cheeky little devil. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them, because you're a tier 2 subscriber. But the most important thing, as well you know after 27 months, the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I wish I was someone else. Just so I could look at me. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? Yeah, cheeky little devil, you. Let me get the book. The book is there, waiting for the name. The name of which we will call our third Twitch baby, cheeky devils. How was your stream? You were playing some Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Is it your second playthrough now, Eris? I know you're a big fan of the Assassin's Creed games. Do you know what? When I was away at the weekend visiting McSteffels, I was ill on Friday, which meant I wasn't able to travel on Friday, so I had to go on Saturday morning instead. But when I was away at the weekend, we watched a playthrough of an Assassin's Creed game. I didn't realize it was an Assassin's Creed game, but it was an Assassin's Creed game of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. It was like an offshoot of Assassin's Creed Syndicate that included Jack the Ripper, which I thought was very interesting. Very, very interesting. An interesting take on the idea behind Jack the Ripper. As you well know, I'm not a massive fan of the Assassin's Creed franchise. I like them. I think they're very nice, but I'm not the biggest fan, you know? but fascinating. Cinderlane!
Panda to it!
What have you done? What have you done? What have you done, you cheeky devil? God damn it, Cinderlane. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. I appreciate that.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Stop it. Dean, you know better. Stop it. You cheeky little devil. Friends, if you're new here, things you need to know about the channel. First of all, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Say thanks for being there for me. They'll make you a much more positive individual. Thank you very much, Pixie Cat Games, for the 200 little panderings. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard and only corrupting the ears of the young. You know, it's not what I'm about. Stop it! Trying to talk.
Yes, I know better. I am consciously being naughty. Hedonistically naughty. So technically you should approve. No one is against me, you cheeky little devil, you. God damn it, Dean.
The other thing you need to know, if you happen to be new here, is that we treat hype trains like impromptu erections, all right? If you leave it alone, it'll go away, all right? You leave it alone, it'll just go away. You don't have to worry about it again. It's just, it'll be gone, okay? It'll be done. It'll be sorted, okay? You don't have to poke it. Don't have to touch it. Don't have to caress it inappropriately. Don't have to chew on the end of it, all right? Just... Chick, chickily puff, chickily puff. God damn it, Razotter. God damn it. It is not that time again. Yeah, don't know what you're talking about. Onion pencil. Onion pencil coming in for the 11 months, you cheeky little devil. You always want to touch them? That doesn't surprise me about you, Cinderlane. All right, that doesn't surprise me about you. Onion Pencil, your name is inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you cheeky devil. God damn it. Confound thee. Confound thee, friends. I'm not even 10 minutes into stream. And you people, I know it says 12 minutes, but there was a whole intro screen at the beginning, all right? And you people have already nearly capped out a level 2 hype train, all right? This is bloody ridiculous, okay? Bloody ridiculous. It's a Monday, for fuck's sake. We're meant to be doing educational stuff, talking about the Grim Reaper, learning, doing a learn, you cheeky devils. God damn it. Well, I join it is beautifully chaotic. Yes, Aristology, completely blame you. Completely blame you. How dare you come over here getting all up in our business. God damn it. What do you like? I'm wearing fingerless gloves like the stereotypical hobo today, friends. Because my digits are cold. It's not as cold as it was a few weeks ago, but for some reason...
Third carriage connected.
That... I'm not entirely sure you would want to paint a world with a Jinx style rainbow. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what kind of rainbow that would be. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like it would be a bit.
Most kind.
I feel that would be a bit suspect. Thank you very much for the 404 Niburin and Dr. K Ross coming in here with the awoo. How many O's are there? 6? 4 capital. Oh my lordy. Right, okay.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Look, it's a wee pokey thing that needs love, attention, and plenty of stroking.
No, it's
I'm
not.
talking about the unicorn. Whatever did you think I meant?
Yeah. I mean, it is a very suspect looking unicorn, Astra. You have to give credit where credit is due. It's a very suspect looking unicorn, okay? Got to be aware of this. Got to be aware of it. Do you know what I mean?
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
New year, new username. Previously Shade Secrets.
Oh, Shaden Sunshine. Okay.
Panda
all right.
to my ego.
Sounds
Panda
good.
to it.
Sounds
Panda
good.
to it.
New you.
Appropriate unicorns for the win.
I do love the inappropriate unicorns, I have to say. Do you mind if we still call you Shades? Is that okay, Shade and Sunshine? Is that all right? Love the new name? Yeah, right? And I'm a fan. I like it. What was it? Woo! By having your name on the vein.
Panda to it.
You expect less than chaos from me. The scandal.
I don't. I fully expect chaos from you. I fully expect it. That is 100% what I expect, Eris. That is not in any way, shape, or form a denial. All right? Shade is fine. Sounds good. Woo! By having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, don't make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know, you cheeky little devil, you. God damn it. This is outrageous. This is preposterous. I haven't even said hello to anybody yet. I literally haven't even said hi to all of the people who came in and said and were here right from the bloody beginning. All right? Haven't even done that. And you people are causing chaos already. Good Lord. All right? Right. How's it going, Nibbering? Hello, Zooey, Booey, Pixie Cat Games. How you doing? It's Sadine. Bear, hello, you beautiful beans. I'm wearing very cozy pants today. I'm wearing because it's fucking freezing. It's not necessarily quite as cold as it has been recently, but in this house retains chill factor. Do you know what I mean? It's Demu. Hello, you cheeky devil. Gilus coming in here with the 95 streams in a row. 95 streams. That is bloody ridiculous, friend. That is absolutely bloody ridiculous. 95 streams. Taken, how you doing? Hello. Good evening. Some very disappointing news this week, so forgive if I'm a little lurky or quiet for a while. Hope you're doing well, you special being. Doing my absolute best. Taken.
Panda to it.
Just because chaos means messages move fast. Third baby is Bram to be gothy.
Bram, not a problem at all. We can definitely get them in there. Thank you very much, 131 little panderings. You didn't have to do that.
Panda to it.
Grim for Mythical Mondays, you say?
Yeah.
What does the Grim Reaper use to cut his hair? Sheer terror.
Panda to my ego.
What's
Panda
the Grim
to it.
Reaper's
Panda to
favorite snack?
it.
Soul food. Why does the Grim Reaper hate public speaking? He gets stage fright. What does the Grim Reaper listen to in the morning? Death metal, of course.
You are milking that, aren't you, Stupedia? Milking that for all it was worth, I see. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. And then it's the moo. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings as well, you cheeky little devils. Taken, if you need to lurk away, you lurk away, friend. You lurk away. It's always a pleasure having you, friend. Eris Ptolemy, our child Bram, is now within the cutest in the galaxy, for that is where all the vain babies belong, for they are the cutest in the galaxy. Thank you very much, you cheeky little devils. And friends, if you've got hype train emotes, could you throw them out now? Say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted subbed, that threw all those cheeky little babies out there. I really appreciate you, cheeky little devils, despite my warnings of not inappropriately touching the hype train. You still came in here and threw hands, didn't you? And threw hands all over it, not like a fighty type thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about, all right? My brain is very gooey. I was really ill on Friday. I just couldn't get my fucking thingy together. And then over the weekend, I have had a tumultuous weekend. It's been great because I've been with McSteffels, and that's always fucking amazing. But just in regards to the way that whatever is in my system is affecting my brain is messy. I was so fucking bad. The bounciest my brain has been in years on Saturday. I literally couldn't focus for more than like a minute on anything at all. And then on Sunday, I couldn't sleep Saturday night. And normally, as soon as I'm with McSteffels, I sleep like the dead. I'm absolutely dead to the world. But Saturday night, couldn't sleep at all. Sunday, I was dead to the world. Like, there were lights were on, but absolutely no one was home. And when I say the lights, I mean a small landing light that you put on because children are afraid of the dark. Like, that small piddly light was on. And I was just like, watching random YouTube videos. Do you know what I mean? I was dead to the world. Dead to the fucking world. And today I am freezing my little chebs off, okay? Friends, thank you so much. Thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that threw all those cheeky little bitties out there. That means the fucking world to me. How's it going, Want to Cripple? How's it going, Dapper Cogsworth, Nibber, and Cheeky Devil? But you take it easy, Taken. Always a pleasure having you here. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm doing the best I can with what life is throwing at me at the moment. Do you know what I mean? And the life isn't throwing anything majorly bad at me, but it is throwing things my way. Do you know what I mean? Throwing things that are not welcome my way, you know? Eric telling me, thank you so much again for the raid. How you doing, Want to Cripple, you cheeky little devil? Oh my gosh, I sometimes wish that I was someone else so I could look at me. Exactly, right? Pixie Games? Exactly. That's what happens. If you're a tier 2 subscriber, that's what you got to say in the mirror every morning. Razor, how you doing? The Book of Sproglings. Exactly. Sprogs. It's the only way to do it. It's still your first playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Yeah. Siege of Paris DLC. It's going to be a long first play. The Siege of Paris? Never even heard of that. Never even heard of that. I got a sniffly nose as well, friends. But if that's historically accurate, which most of the Assassin's Creed games are based within history, yeah, it's a thing. Speaking of based within history, I went to see Nosferatu on Thursday. And my review, my theater review, because I missed the hype week. You basically, when a movie first comes out, you have a week to jump on the train. All right, you literally have a week to jump on that train and get your in regards to like content creation, you got a week to jump on the train and get the like a review out as soon as possible. Okay, I missed that week, so my review will be available on Friday. Friday's YouTube video is going to be my Nosferatu review. And as per usual, there will be a spoiler-free section for those people that haven't seen the movie yet. And then there will be a spoiler-full section for those people that have seen the movie or don't care to see the movie and want to know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I'll just say I was a fan. I was a fan. Like, massively so, you know? Massively so. How you doing, Cinderlin? Hello, Astra, you cheeky devil. Onion Pencil, you beautiful bean. Need to get back into Syndicate. Started playing that over the summer and felt burnt out on it. So going to be a struggle to get back into it. Also excited for the Jack the Ripper DLC, which is the main reason why I bought it. I mainly bought it because I wanted to be in a Victorian-style gang. That's the reason why I bought Syndicate and very quickly got bored of it because it just didn't tick that box. I was hoping that it would do a Victoriana style gangland of London in the same way that Black Flag did Pirates, and it didn't do that at all. It missed the mark for me. So I own it, but it just doesn't it doesn't grab me the way that like I think previous ones have done so, you know. Yeah, I know. Griftrix, hello, you cheeky devil. Your girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow. You're going to surprise her by just finding her and giving her flowers and cake as a present. That sounds amazing. That sounds absolutely fantastic. Bearing in mind, this isn't just for anybody, by the way, friends. I need to prerequisite this by saying, friends, don't just go up to random people in the street and be like, it's your birthday, here's some flowers. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? Make sure that you have some kind of communication with the person. You have a long-standing friendship and or relationship with them, and then going and surprising them. A nice surprise is always very nice. Do you know what I mean? I did that many years ago when I was in university to my partner at the time, where they thought I was going for a night out in Birmingham, and it turns out I was on the train to come and surprise them for their birthday. So I get it. I understand that appeal. I'm all about a welcome surprise. Do you know what I mean? This is exactly the kind of positive energy I need today. Good. Embrace it. Indulge it. We will be talking about Grim Reapers later on, so indulge in the energy while you can. Do you know what I mean? Gonna be playing Assassin's Creed Shadow. Is that the one that's meant to be like full of ninjas and stuff? Is that one? I do so love to be educated. Oh, Cinderlin. Chunakas. Hello, you cheeky devil. Did you cold, so you are wearing fingerless gloves? Yeah, that's right. Because it's only my joints that are cold. And if I can get the blood flow into my hand, then I can get the blood flow into my joints. because I am very lucky in the regards that I don't have any of the ailments that cause issues in the fingers and what have you. If I can get blood into the hands, I'm fucking sweet. Do you know what I mean? Like, since putting them on, it means I can still do all the things on my phone, still got perfect control over the tappity-tap keyboard. Do you know what I mean? All fucking sweet. Zippy counting through the skins of rainbow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Tunakers. Terrifying. Terrifying. Shade and Sunshine, why, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to change your name? No criticism. I wondered whether there was a story behind it or not. You know what I mean? Inappropriate unicorns are exactly for the win. 110%. We love that. It's Demu coming in with their 3 streams in a row. You cheeky little devil. Thank you very much for coming in here. Though it is far too cold for streaking. Far too cold. I've been outside. It's fucking freezing. Borderline icicles. I'd have icicles hanging off my dangly bits. Do you know what I mean? I would sound like a wind chime as I ran down the street because of the chill. Do you know what I mean? It's just, it's not what you want on your dangly bits. Okay? It's not what you want. How you doing, Stupedia? Hello, you cheeky little W. How's it going? Dr. K, you beautiful bean. Hello. Thank you again, everybody, for the hype train. Not what I was expecting at all at this time on a bloody Monday. At this time on a bloody Monday. Dapper Cogsworth, hello, you cheeky devil. Hey, Dapper Cogsworth. You know what I was about to say. You know what I was about to say, and now you've done it. Now you've done it. You lost it. You know what I mean? Sounds like me in the past couple of weeks since the whole quitting my job thing became real, yeah? That's all we can do, bud. Head up, shoulders back, 100%. 100%. When times get tough, you just got to keep pushing through. Take whatever you can. Make the absolute most out of the situation. No matter how bad the situation is, make the most that you possibly can out of the situation. Even if that still means you're a bit sad and a bit upset or what have you, depending on what the situation is, or still a bit angry or what have you. You're making the most of it, and that's all that anyone can ever ask of you. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's colder than... Exactly, and a Portaloo in Alaska or what have you, or the North Pole, Dabber Cogsworth. I'm not going to see Nosferatu until you see Nosferatu 1. I mean, you're missing out. Have you seen the original Nosferatu, Taken? Have you seen the OG 1922 silent movie Nosferatu? Your so-called my snowman came in to get warm. Oh my lordy. Samurai Avray, hello, you cheeky devil. As a watcher, I've always waited 2 to 3 weeks for hype movies. Entirely fair. Entirely fair. Yeah, I went to see it on Thursday with my brother and with Chunk. And there was a whole group of us that went to see it. And yeah, I am a fan. I am a fan. As somebody... Okay, let me put it this way. As somebody who loved... the original 1922 movie, loved the remake, the non-silent version of the silent movie. I loved that remake. I loved the Dracula storyline and all that Dracula is. And I am an avid enthusiast of vampire-style folklore as the first ever.
Panda to it! Panda to it!
Hello community, Valen Vane would like to let you all know that you've lost the game. Yeah, that game. Yep, you've lost it.
Wow. Wow, Stupedia. Wow. Wow. Coming in here, throwing your bees out there to ruin everyone's day. Oh, I see how it is. I see how. Apart from Dapper Cogsworth. Dapper Cogsworth, I'm sure, is thriving in this. All right. Exactly. Rude. God damn it. God. Oh, the scandal, I tell you. The scandal. So I can get around Dapper Cogsworth's messages. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. For your hometown, oh my lord, Chewknackers. Kindrin, hello, you cheeky devil. A choo-choo train, you've missed it. You missed it, Kindrin. It's choo-chooed the fuck out of here. It's not coming back for hours now. Hours, I tell you. Did you see the Netflix 3-part Dracula series? I did not see the Netflix 3-part Dracula series. I have to say, Griftrix, I'm a little bit tired of Dracula. Dracula has been done to fuck. I love the story of Dracula. I love the icon that is Dracula, and I am a massive fan of vampires in general, especially like the mythology and the origins. And like I said, the first ever Mythical Mondays was all about Dracula, well, all about vampires as a whole. And that was a fascinating journey in and of itself. But like the story of Dracula is very much one of those, you know, when you are a teenager and you get a favorite song and you play that song over and over and over and over again, and you keep going and you keep going and you keep going, then one day you just don't want to hear it again. And then every time you hear it after that, you're like, oh yeah, I used to love this movie. Oh, I used to love this song. And now it's all right, it's okay, but it just gets on my nerves a little bit. Yeah, that's how I feel about Dracula. That's how I feel about Dracula. Because it's just been overdone to fuck by so many different people and styles and what have you. Really enjoyed the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula with Gary Oldman. I did enjoy that. Thought that was a very interesting take on it. I've obviously seen the Bela Lugosi version of Dracula. And I saw I haven't seen it yet, but I really want to see the first Christopher Lee version of Dracula. Because that is... I feel like there's certain movies that are quite iconic within the subculture of goth that I am quite associated with. Do you know what I mean? But I haven't seen the Netflix series, because the thing is, you've got to remember, for every good depiction of Dracula, there are several horrific depictions of Dracula. You know? Syndicate is one of your favorite Assassin's Creed games? Yeah. Alive! I've missed you, Onion Pencil. We have missed you too. It is always good to have you here. But friend, as always, you know the way it works. Your life must come first. Your life must come first is the only way to do it. Do you know what I mean? It's colder than a snowman's fart, indeed. Indeed. A little bum toot. Little snowman's bum toot. It's bloody freezing. Bloody freezing, I tell you. Definitely appreciate the surprise. I'm sure of it. I'm so glad to hear it. So glad to hear it, Griffrix. I'm sure she will too. The Samurai one delayed until March 20th. I was excited about that game, Assassin's Creed Shadow, when the first Assassin's Creed came out. Because there was a rumor that went around. Because when the first ever Assassin's Creed came out, they were like, oh my god, there's going to be Assassin's Creed. Then there's going to be a Ninja Creed. And there's going to be like, oh my god, it's going to be absolutely amazing. They're doing all these old school thingies. And then they never made a Ninja Creed. And it was like, oh, okay, no, they're just going to do Assassin's Creed in Italy. Okay, different, but okay, we can work with that. That's fine. That's not a problem. And then fucking what? 15 years later, 20 years later, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to make a Ninja Creed now because the hype's died down a little bit. And now I'm like, I don't care. I'm way off giving a shit. Origins, Odyssey, and 3 are yours. No real opinion on Valhalla yet. Oh, you liked Assassin's Creed 3? Interesting. You might be the only person I have ever met that enjoyed Assassin's Creed 3. I don't think a single other person liked it, but fair enough. They seem to be delaying it again. They've ordered and added an alternative male character of a female ninja. Sounds great. Love alternate characters. Love being able to play different genders. Big fan of this. Inclusivity and all that, you know. Full of Ninjas got me giggling a bit. Well, it's full of ninjas. Do you know what I mean? They're assassins in Japan. They're ninjas. I hope that they stay true to it and don't try and shoehorn the Assassin's Creed franchise tropes in too much. Do you know what I mean? I like Black Flag because it was so close to giving what I wanted from a pirate video game. Hope Pirate Yakuza gives me the same. I liked Black Flag because it was a pirate game. It wasn't an Assassin's Creed game. It was a pirate game that was made to milk the franchise of Pirates of the Caribbean. And it succeeded fantastically well. And then they also put like a little bit of assassin stuff in there. But mainly it was a pirate game. Um, okay. Let's deal with that in a moment. Kind of want what I want on my dangly bits. Mind you, I'm a Canadian submariner. Yeah, fair. What would you say is your specialist subject? Oh, good question. That's a good question, Tegan. In this day and age, I would say that I have 3 specialist subjects that I would consider myself quite confident in. First of all, sex education. I feel very confident in that line of work. Second of all, content creation, because it is my industry. But not only is it in my industry, but I also feel extremely passionate about it. And therefore, like, I'm constantly, like, literally when I was driving back from McSteffels' house this morning, I put on YouTube videos from content creation experts or people in the field or marketers that work within the industry of content creation and stuff like that, and just listen to them kind of like podcasts as I'm driving down the road. So yeah, I would say that I am a specialist. I wouldn't necessarily say I was an expert at it, but I would say I was a specialist at the industry of content creation. And do you know what? After all of these Mythical Mondays, I've always found the supernatural, very specifically like Gothic style supernatural, very, very interesting. But I would say that after the amount of Mythical Mondays that we have done around all of these mythical creatures and stuff like that, I would say that I was a relative specialist in the area of Gothic myths and legends. Or Gothic mythological creatures is probably the best way of putting it. Vampires, werewolves, mummies, even leprechauns, unicorns, that kind of thing, you know? Yeah, I'd say that I wouldn't say I was an expert again, but I would say it was within my specialist subjects. Oh, folklore? Yeah, very, like, European folklore monsters is probably the way I would describe it. Because if someone turned around to me and be like, hey, can you tell me this, the myth behind this old story and stuff like that, I probably wouldn't know the story. But if you asked me, if you turned around to me and was like, hey, Valen, what do you know about like the werewolf trials of ye olde France, medieval France, I'd be like, yeah, cool, I've got a certain grasp on that, you know? Is that it? There was another one that popped into my head for a second there. Content creation, mythological creatures, specifically European-based mythological creatures, sex education. There was something else that was just in my brain. Just there in my brain pan for a second. And it's gone. So evidently, I'm not enough of a specialist in it because I can't even remember what the fucking subject is. Can't even remember what the subject is. How's it going, Millen? How you doing, cheeky devil? It's -8 degrees C there. So I would not recommend it here either. God, no. Definitely not. Cabarets? No, I wouldn't say I was a specialist at cabarets. I know how to put them on. I know how to run a successful cabaret. But I wouldn't say that I was a specialist in cabarets. Because to say, like, there's a massive difference between knowing a subject and running an event. Like, I could run an event for fucking anybody, you know? Might take a little bit of research to understand how best to do it, but I could do that. But in regards to like cabarets, like the subject of cabarets, where they originated from, how they came about to be what they are today and stuff like that. I've got no fucking clue. I got no idea about like the history of cabarets and stuff like that. Part of knowing a subject is knowing where to find the info you don't have on hand off the top of your head. Yes, no, 100%. I think that's a solid call. And I'd say that I relatively easily know where to find a lot of the information I don't have. There was something else that popped into my head, and now I can't remember what it is, but never mind. Doesn't matter. It'll pop up again if it needs to, you know. Milky Pork, how you doing? Some family friends showed me the original Nosferatu when she was like 5. I think that messed her up. No, the original Nosferatu is absolutely fantastic. The way I've described it, and this isn't giving away any of the review that I've done. The review is like 45 minutes long. It is a long review because I really go into it, all right? I do a little intro bit. I do a spoiler-free section, and this is of the new Nosferatu film. I do a little intro bit. I do a spoiler-free section, and then I do a spoiler-full section where I really go into the details of what were fantastic, what wasn't fantastic, in my opinion, and what was fantastic about the new Nosferatu movie. And the one of the descriptions that I put out there was, if the 1922 movie was a skeleton, if that was a skeleton of a story, the new Nosferatu movie is like the flesh and the organs and the viscera that is clinging to that skeleton in the most grotesque way. I fucking loved it. Absolutely fucking loved it. Set up the original username because at the time I was thinking of doing either Twitch and or TikTok, talking about things people don't hear about science and forensics and stuff. Okay, that's really cool. I decided I don't like talking enough. That's fair. So I didn't, but I wanted a username that stepped away from that. But kept the part of that people call me by, which is the original, my Warcraft character name. Oh, Shade. Yeah, cool. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. You've never watched a silent movie. That's entirely fair. That is entirely fair taken. I know an awful lot of people that really struggle with silent movies because it was a very, very much a different day and age and what have you. I fucking love it. I think it's a very beautiful piece of theater, a very beautiful piece of cinema and cinema history, especially Nosferatu, because Nosferatu was like the 3rd ever horror film to be put on cinema. And was, yeah, very theatrical, Samurai Afro. Only Witness, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Welcome on in. Alventicata, hello, you cheeky devil. Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I think it's absolutely fantastic and a very interesting cultural experience. And honestly, I would say to everybody that if you're going to go and see the new movie, you don't... I think the new movie... You can watch the new movie in and of itself, and it is a fantastic new movie, in my personal opinion, okay? And I don't think you need to have any previous knowledge of Nosferatu, of Dracula, of any of the old folklore, etc., to appreciate the movie. It's a great movie. I did like it. But... the reason why I gush over it, the reason why I genuinely thought it was fucking mind-blowing was because of the fact that I have that knowledge. Because I have seen the original 1922 silent movie. Because I understood that it was, like, that was their plagiarized version of Dracula. Because I understood the dynamics of Dracula. And because I understood the folklore of the area at the time and just before the time that it was all set in, because of our deep dive around vampires and stuff like that. So it was all very, very interesting. It was all very interesting to me, and I absolutely was just like, me and my little bro, me and Genre, were walking out the theater, and he was like, oh yeah, no, that was really good. And I was like, no, but that bit's from the original movie. That bit's from like the 1922 movie. Like the way that they did that in the 1922 movie, the fact that they've literally got tricks that they used 100 years ago in silent movies that are still being used today in modern movies, and they still have the same sort of effect, was just fucking excellent. Do you know what I mean? So I was like proper like, oh my god, you've got to understand this. What about this thing? You got, oh my god, this. And yeah, I got very enthusiastic about it. But I think I got very enthusiastic about it because I am a fan of the origins of the movie. I am a fan of the three different parts that I separate it into in the spoiler section. Is the 1922 Nosferatu movie, the Bram Stoker Dracula novel, and the historical nature of the area, as it were. And that, seeing it from those three different angles explain a hell of a lot of the choices that they make. You can tell, what I will say about it without giving anything else away, is you can really tell that the creative people that worked on it, the directors, the writers, the creative directors of like the sound and the aesthetics and the cinematography and etc., they all had a passion for the origins of the story they were telling, and that really came across in my opinion. And that's all I'm going to say on it. If you want to find out more, then you got to check out my video that's coming out on Friday about my review of it. It's a big, long video, but it's worth it, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's worth it, you know? I enjoy a good silent movie, generally speaking, but I think Nosferatu is a particularly beautiful one, in my personal opinion. You know? The original 1929 film is a classic. The original 1929 Dracula film. The Bela Lugosi one? Yes, yeah. No, 1931 was Dracula, and 1922 was it Nos? Did they remake one in Nos? Which one are you referring to, Dapper Cogsworth? Which one you referring to, G-Devil? Captain Amelia, you lurk away, you beautiful being. You lurk away. I appreciate you being here, you cheeky devil. Hope you're doing well. Choo me? No, Two Knackers. No, you cheeky little devil, you. Renfield was quite a funny film. The Nick Cage. I will say I haven't seen Renfield, but I think Renfield is a really good example of my issue with the Dracula series, Two Knackers. And when I say Dracula series, I mean literally Dracula as a concept. Is the fact that it has been milked to fuck. Kind of like the Alien franchise now, to be honest with you. We've got to a point where you've got xenomorph plushies. You've got xenomorph Tamagotchis. Do you know what I mean? You've got all of these things that have like the imagery and the story of Alien has been used so fucking much since it originally aired in the 70s that the original is always going to be a classic, but there's no fear associated with it anymore. One of the reasons why I actually really enjoyed the latest movie, what's it called? Romulus, was because they brought some of the actual fear back into it. Again, my review of that is also on the YouTube video, the YouTube channel, the Thurston Vanity YouTube channel. But there were definitely elements of that I didn't enjoy by any stretch of the imagination. But it's that thing of like, once something's overdone, it kind of takes the glory away from it. Do you know what I mean? Takes the effect away from it. And I think Renfield, although I haven't seen it, I think the new movie of Renfield is a perfect example of how you take you take a video, you take a story that is revolutionary of its time and milk it for all it is absolute worth, to the point that where it is no longer worth anything. Dracula is meant to be a horrific, haunting monster of a creature, and yet we all laugh about him and we take the piss. Do you know what I mean? I want to suck your bladder. You want to suck my bladder? What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those scenarios. One of those scenarios where it's just like, okay, that's fair enough. Which is actually one of the reasons why I actually really enjoyed the Nosferatu movie that I saw last week, was because it was a very different take on the entire story. Very, very different take on the tale that everyone knows so well. Gangnam Style and Party Rock anthems as someone who's around 30 years. Gangnam Style? Oh my lordy. I haven't heard that in ages. Makes me want Castlevania from Dracula's perspective. They've done that. They've definitely done similar things to that before. But then they've done... There's an awful lot of them. It's kind of like... Dracula has become a very cool icon in certain dynamics. You've got, like, especially in anime, you have got Castlevania, obviously, and the Castlevania series is an interesting take on it, but obviously it's a little tongue-in-cheek on it all. Vampire Hunter D was a very old Vampire Hunter D is Vampire Hunter D and Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust were a couple of really old, very stylized anime movies, which touched on the whole Dracula thing. And Hellsing, that TV series was the anime TV series was a very interesting take on the whole Dracula dynamic. Excellent take. But then on the other side of things, you get the stuff like the Count from Sesame Street. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. 1, 2, 3, yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean? Best vampire is obviously Count Duckula. I actually own Count Duckula on, like, DVD somewhere. Somewhere around. I have to get out the DVD player that Max Wattage got us and stick it on sometime. You know? Dracula Untold was not bad. It was Tunackers. It was decided, like, I watched it and was like, oh, it's alright, it's okay. But it was very much milking the Dracula brand. It didn't need to be Dracula. They could have just done it with anybody. Do you know what I mean? They could have been like, hey, here's the story of a very chaotic vampire creature. But they didn't. They were like, oh no, let's make it the origin story of Dracula. How did Dracula become Dracula? Yeah, let's do that. And it's like, yeah, that's been told a million times over. Does anyone remember Dracula 2000? Do you know what I mean? Speaking of vampires, I ordered my Akasha costume for the vampire ball today. Huzzah! Oh, I hope it looks great. We want pictures in the Discord if you feel comfortable putting them in there, Eris. You know? Shadow the Vampire, the 2000 film starring Eddie Izzard and John Malkovich, is brilliant. I haven't seen that one. Despite my absolute fandom over Susie Eddie Izzard, I haven't seen Shadow the Vampire because of John Malkovich. Because I went through a very long period of really not liking John Malkovich. Not as a person, just the way his style of acting, I struggle with. Or I certainly did. I haven't revisited it, so I might be fine now. But at the time, I really struggled with the way that he went about the kind of performances that he did. Supposedly the first time that you can't climb every service. Oh my god, Tunackers, that's amazing. You can't climb every service in Assassin's Creed Shadows. My god. Yeah, but they'll throw something out there like the weird little grappling hooks or something, so you'll be able to climb. You'll be able to scale every building. Do you know what I mean? I'll put in the Dracula. Yeah, authentic car, exactly. Dracula 2000 holds a place in my thirsty heart. Gerard Butler being evil, sexy. Yeah, but I put on Dracula 2000, and all I remember is the end of it, and I remember being like, oh, for fuck's sake. And there's an awful lot of times with the Dracula story that has been remilked over and over and over again over the 100 years that it's been going, that I'm literally like, oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? I feel like genre has so much perspective. There's not enough vampire-themed movie series. Not redones, remakes, new stuff. Yeah, there is. They bring out a new vampire-themed something every other fucking month, it feels. Or every other year. You've got Twilight, True Blood, Interview with the Vampire, the series. Fucking Underworld. And that's not even touching on Dracula. There's 5 off the top of my head immediately. Do you know what I mean? Not to mention Dracula. All of the Dracula stuff. From the Bela Lugosi, from Nosferatu in 1922, every single one. The person, I can't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned that, or I'll get to it in a minute, about Bela Lugosi only having played Dracula once. He actually played Dracula twice, because he came back much, much later on as a Dracula, because he was meant to be like the new lord of early horror, and that didn't happen because thingy Karloff, person who played Frankenstein, or Frankenstein's monster more specifically. Blade also had Dracula. Blade's Dracula was fucking stupid. Boris Karloff, thank you very much, Pacecat Gamers. Yeah, he actually became like the king of horror back in the day. But the Dracula in Blade is one of the most stupid fucking things I've ever seen. Ever. It was so stupid. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, all of the vampire themed bits and pieces. Oh, there was a new series of Dracula that came out a little while ago that was like one of the first Dracula series to revisit the aesthetic. The 2020 horror series of Dracula. That was the first time that they really revisited Dracula from to re-look like Bela Lugosi. The iconic vision that was Bela Lugosi. Despite the fact that, like, when you think of Dracula, when people think of Dracula, all right, they immediately think of the Bela Lugosi image. All right, that's what the people think of. They think of the well-pressed suit, the tuxedo style suit with the long cloak, the slick back black hair with the little bit of salt and pepper in at the temples, a little bit of gray at the temples. That whole dynamic, that Dracula image. In the book, he looks nothing like that. He looks absolutely nothing like that. At least at the beginning, anyway. He looks nothing fucking like that. He actually looks more like Gary Oldman does in Bram Stoker's Dracula, the movie. In regards to, like, the hair. Well, slightly the hair, but also the facial hair. You know? Doing a Rasengan in Ninja Creed? I mean, exactly, right? I mean, there's several games, that franchise where you couldn't climb everything. I mean, it's mind-boggling. Why would you not be able to climb absolutely everything, right? I enjoy seeing Indigenous American history portrayed in media. Assassin's Creed 3 did a good job at it. Fair. I think my issue with Assassin's Creed 3 was nothing to do with Indigenous American inclusion. It was the fact that it made no sense. It made no sense at all as to why why the Assassin's Creed collective were over in America. It made no sense. I haven't played the game, so maybe they explained it in some roundabout way, but the first game of Assassin's Creed made sense. You are an assassin from the cult of Hashashin which was the people that got drugged the fuck up and killing people. Do you know what I mean? That's obviously a very grandiose look of a very old practice that was. And they were fighting the Knights Templar in the Crusades. Completely understood that. Made sense. When Assassin's Creed 2 came out, I was like, okay, so it makes sense that the Templars are now in Italy because that's the head of the Italy is the head of the Catholic Church and has been for a really long time during the Renaissance period when all these inventions are, okay, no, a stretch of the imagination, but I can place it. It makes sense. The head of the Catholicism is in Italy. It makes sense that this sect that was fighting against the Templars would push through into like the Italy area to keep tabs on what was going on. Yeah, no, I can push that as a stretch of the imagination. Why are they over in America? Why? Just like in exactly the same way that I don't understand Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Like, why? Viking assassins, what? Why? Viking pirates, but then at least it was more like pirates. Do you know what I mean? They were pirates and they just happened to have assassin stuff going on. It's just like, why? Makes no sense. You're not connecting the dots. The dots are not connecting here. You are shoehorning shit in order to try and make it make sense so that you can thrive off the gimmick of it, you know, in my opinion. Let me scroll down a wee bit. How's it going, Her Majesty? Hello, you cheeky devil. Welcome on in. I've just got to you saying hello. Anyone remember that movie about the making of Nosferatu where Willem Dafoe played an actual vampire? The director hired a star. That was Shadow of the Vampire. Dithron. It was talked about a minute ago. Why do pants take so many spoons? Because they are not things that you particularly want on. But once they're on, you'll be fucking grand, Authenticator. You'll be fucking grand. Do you know what I mean? Whipping down a wee bit. My favorite book was made into a silent movie in the 20s. I've watched it on Blu-ray twice because you have to sit there and pay full attention to the titles. Can't just have it on while you're doing the laundry and talking. Yeah, no, exactly. Uli Witness, what is your favorite book that was made into a silent movie? Did you know that according to Bill Skarsgård, the only part of him that didn't have makeup or prosthetics on was the soles of his feet? I didn't know that, but I can believe it. Having seen the movie now, I can believe it. I know that he definitely had a fake penis on set because the prosthetic of Bill Skarsgård's fake penis from the movie Nosferatu was given to like one of his friends or something like that. It was I remember reading an article or reading the headline of an article being like, Bill Skarsgård gave me this because he thought it would be hilarious to give his prosthetic penis to me as his mate. So now I've got it framed in my house and I'm like, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing, you know? I haven't seen Metropolis yet, Dithron. It was brought up last time we talked about silent movies, but I haven't seen it yet. I will see it at some stage. But yeah, Bela Lugosi played Dracula twice. Amusingly, the person that played Dracula the most was Christopher Lee. There are far more bad alien movies than there are good ones at this time. Like watching Prometheus and its sequel, their characters acted so silly. I realize the ads are on, so I'm not going to answer this one thing there, but remind me, friends, all those people that are not seeing adverts, remind me to come back to the Alien franchise for Dithron. The new, it's always been Nosferatu. Yeah, so the new Nosferatu movie is just called Nosferatu. But it has been 100 years since the last Nosferatu movie, so it makes sense. I remember watching Vampire Hunter D back in the 90s, not really getting it. Vampire Hunter D is fantastic. Vampire Hunter D is okay, but Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is better in my opinion. Spelling's hard. Vampire Diaries was pretty good. No. Well, I do you know what? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen whether Vampire Diaries is very good. I would imagine it's going to be shite because anytime you put vampires into a teenage dynamic is immediately a no from me. I'm just like, nah, I don't give a shit. I have no interest in teenagers being mopey and whingy while trying to be blood-sucking monsters, you know. Zooty Booty coming in with the 15 streams in a row. You've been scantily clad through here. Bloody streaking all over the place. Outrageous, Zooty Booty. Outrageous. Clutching a hot water ball. I don't blame you. It's bloody freezing. bloody freezing, you cheeky devil. That movie was a trip, wasn't it? Dracula 2000. Remember Dracula 3000? There is no way a Dracula 3000 movie. There is no way a Dracula 3000 movie. Fuck off. Dracula 3000. Dracula in a science fiction H.R. Geiger world. What the fuck? What is this? No. Just no. You're in the eyes. No worries, Senpai. I did spot that. Yeah. Dracula 2000 sounds like a really weird line of vacuum cleaners. Yeah, it does. Certainly does. Gotta customize it when I get due to it being the size. I'm definitely not, but I'm excited for it. I'm sure you will absolutely ace it, Aristotle. I'm sure you'll absolutely ace it. Yeah, Willem Dafoe has played Nosferatu before and played a fantastic Nosferatu to my knowledge. I haven't seen Shadow of the Vampire, but to my knowledge, 3 seasons of Forever Night, Kindred the Embraced, Holy Witness, Kindred the Embraced. Fucking hell. Why would you remind me of that, of the existence of Kindred the Embraced? Jesus Christ. That was a travesty of a TV series. An absolute travesty of a TV series. It was so bad. Very much Channel 5 softcore pornography. Yeah, the Kindred the Embraced was the Vampire the Masquerade TV show, and it was awful. You don't remember it being that bad? It was awful. It was so shit. It was so unbelievably shit. Like, I watched the entire series and I was like, huh. Oh, okay. All right. That exists. Okay. But it was bad. It was really bad. And it absolutely, it was made at the height of the Vampire the Masquerade hype. So when Vampire the Masquerade the roleplay game took off and everyone was playing it and they were doing like vampire balls and all kinds of shit like that, doing loads and loads of stuff in regards to like LARP Vampire the Masquerade and stuff like that, and they were like, oh my god, this is absolutely fucking amazing. And I can't remember what TV show it was. It was some like Fox or someone like that. Were like, oh my god, this is doing really, really well. We should totally make a TV series of this. And obviously the company were like, yeah, anything you want, yeah, fuck it, yeah, we'll do a TV series of it. Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. And it was just shit. They didn't explain enough for anybody who knew the lore because they played the game, watched it, and were like, huh, this is a really bad interpretation of every single thing within the world of Vampire the Masquerade. And anyone who didn't know the lore, anyone who didn't play the Vampire the Masquerade game, saw the TV show and went, what the fuck is going on? I've got no idea what the fuck is happening here. Because there was too much lore for a non-player to understand. And there was not enough lore for, or not enough truth to the source material for anyone who did play to take it seriously. It was ridiculous. It was fucking ridiculous. Now we're out of the ads. Dithron, you mentioned the Alien franchise. The Alien franchise, the original, I would even say 3 movies. I'd say Alien, Aliens, and even Alien 3 were pretty awesome. Alien 3 was a very different dynamic. Everything after that was shit. And I think that you mentioned about... See you later, everybody, and you take it easy, you beautiful being. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Bye. Hi. I didn't even get around to you saying hi. Literally, it says there, hi there. Just getting completely drained. You take it easy, you beautiful being. Got loads of compliments on your presentation. Amazing news. Amazing news, friends. Go sleep. Go do what you need to do, you cheeky devil. That's how far behind I'm in chat. I've literally just seen you say hello. You mentioned about... fucking Prometheus. The Prometheus arc of the Alien movies was a fantastic science fiction story. Should not have been in the Alien universe. should not have been in the Alien universe at all. Interview with Vampire series is iconic. I have no idea. I've not seen it. I know you want me to watch it and you want to hear my thoughts and stuff, but I haven't seen it. And I don't know whether I'm going to get the opportunity to, because I've got a lot I need to do this year. I want to see it at some stage, but you know. Favorite vampire related thing was Ultraviolet, the Channel 4 series. 6 episodes, utterly great. Never once used the word vampire. Ultraviolet TV series. Okay. It looks like the kind of thing that I would have watched when I was a teenager. To be fair, it does look like the kind of thing I would have watched when I was a teenager. Doesn't look all that from what I'm seeing now, but things change. Do you know what I mean? Forever Night, never even heard of that one. The actor they got for Dracula and Blade is amazing, but yeah, that character was waste. The Blade 3 was a money-making scheme. It had there was nothing good about it. It was literally there to make money. It was not there to continue the Blade story. It was not there to do any justice to the franchise. It was there to milk money. Literally, all it was there for, you know. Dracula miniseries where the first episodes were in the 1800s and then they smash cut to modern times. No, so there was a Dracula series that was released in 2020 that was the story of Dracula, but far more gruesome. And it was basically a story between Dracula and a nun. There was a nun that was there that was trying to fight Dracula. I haven't even seen the full series, but I remember watching the first 2 episodes and being like, fuck me, this is brutal. Absolutely fucking brutal. And that's what I quite liked about it, because they really pushed the boat out. They pulled it out of the stereotype that Dracula has become, you know. Other features: Dracula is cold to the touch. He has hair on his palms. He does have hair on his palms, and he is cold to the touch. He also has a massive mustache. In the book of Dracula, and I want everyone to know this, all right? In the book of Dracula, Dracula himself has a very long white mustache. Just want everyone to know that. Okay. Hairy palms, arguably the sexiest feature of Dracula. Do you know what? Little black dress. That actually comes down to oh, Zabadian was 2 butts and kills. Butts? I don't know. Did you answer the question? What? Zabadian, no, you've gone. I never even got to your riddle. No. Damn it. The whole thing about Dracula is he was meant to be the personification of sin. What makes you have hairy palms? Furious masturbation. Not literally. That was the myth. The myth was if you inappropriately touch yourself, then you'll get hair on your palms. And that is a sign of the sinful, which is the reason why Dracula had hairy palms. The conceit of all the games, the Templars versus the Assassins, which they pitch as continued throughout history. For 3, it was showing us the involvement of 2 groups in US history. Like political bullshit, basically. Oh, yeah, Dean, 100%. That's the argument that, from my knowledge and my perspective of the Assassin's Creed games, is the entirety of the Assassin's Creed franchise. What part of history is quite popular at the moment? Cool. How do we take those politics and mold them around the idea of Assassins versus Templars? Literally. Literally. You know? So leveraging the Connect stuff is, but it's marginal. The other part to Valhalla is the connection to the gods and the weird sci-fi, but of course, AC, well, yeah, of course. Silver Pepper, how you doing? How's it going? He's right, it is hilarious. My favorite book that was made into a movie was Dr. Mabuse. The Gambler. The Fritz Lang treatment. Oh, I don't even know that one, Early Witness. The book is like Luxembourgian Norbert Jack. Interesting. I've never even heard that one. Regardless, the franchise as a whole has done complete 180 from Assassin's Creed 2 and slowly becoming annoying. I love how the franchise takes an alternative view to history, but it's getting frustrating. It's because it's copy pasted. It's because they are milking the franchise for all it's worth. How's it going, the Pastor Van? How you doing? Just a message before I lurk and listen. Was in a conversation in a stream and mentioned that I had considered cross-playing Lady Dimitrescu. Send the link to the picture of gender-bending Lady Dimitrescu. Fucking love your background. Absolutely fits my own aesthetic and decor. Enjoy your stream. I'll be over behind the curtains. No worries. Yeah. You take it easy, Pastor Van. Thank you very much for popping in. Max Wattage. Max, you cheeky little devil. Thank you so much for giving that cheeky little sub to the Pastor Van. The Pastor Van. You don't have to come out of lurk. You lurk behind the curtains. Don't look behind the curtains. You lurk behind the curtains, you cheeky little devil. I should now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. Cheeky. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? I appreciate you popping in. I actually saw your comment. I really appreciate that. I saw that you said that Eris had sent you over. Eris, the chaos deity. Little gremlin, you know. Please don't count like Twilight into it. Have mercy. The initial vamps would consider a remake because movies 1995 all Dracula's Nosferatu's remakes. The rest of the list is quite a stretch over the years. Not to be argumentative, I'm doing more with a please sir, can we have some more vibe. It is appealing aesthetic. Oh, Misatia, 100%. But we have to take all. If we're gonna talk vampires and vampire franchises and vampire movies and stuff like that, we have to take into consideration Twilight. We have to. We can turn around and say it's shit, and I haven't seen it, so I don't know that it's shit. I have a strong feeling that it's shit, but I haven't seen it. At some stage, I have committed. My partner Steph has said we should sit down and watch it. She doesn't even like the movies, all right? But she wants me to do it because she wants to see my reaction to them. Because she's seen them and she was like, But she wants to see my reaction to them. So I have committed at some stage I will sit and watch them. At some stage. But yeah, they have to be included. They have to be included, you know? Pants are required because it's cold. Always important. Coffee is required because I want to live. Entirely fair. You know what I mean? Find it impressive that he trained his voice to sound like that. Must have been sore for weeks. I don't know, Nibirin. The thick accent that Bill Skarsgård has playing Nosferatu, first of all, is impressive as fuck. But there are ways to do it that it doesn't hurt. You know what I mean? There are ways to do it that doesn't hurt. I have actually been speaking. I've done a couple of trial runs myself of that accent. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen the movie that wants to go and see Nosferatu, but the new 2025 movie, not the 1922 movie. But yeah, there are ways to do it without it hurting your voice, for sure. Just realized I've forgotten to say hello. Max White, how you doing, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. I've only just got to it. I've only just got to your hello, so don't worry, I haven't missed it. It's just I've only just seen it. Take it if there was a prosthetic phallus, we requires a full frontal. Authentic Catter, the movie Nosferatu is very equal in its nudity of all people of all genders. I have to give credit where credit is due. It's also a 15, which was interesting. I can flawlessly do the voice from the 1922 movie. Oh my god, Nibirin. How's it going, Zemba? Hello, you cheeky devil. Absolutely, the sequel to Dracula 2000. Fuck off. Is the Dracula 3000 the sequel to Dracula 2000? That is the worst. That is actually the worst. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Dracula 3000 is as bad as it sounds. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. Fucking Kindred the Embraced. Jesus Christ. A crap show based on a lap. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. One True Gribble. That is exactly what it is. Don't remember it being that bad. Dithron, you probably view it with a certain level of nostalgia, but it was pretty awful. It has to be said. It was pretty awful. Got Kindred the Embraced on DVD, mostly to remind myself of how bad it was when they adapted an RPG into a dreadful fact. Yep. Fact. Absolute fact. Was it a bad show? Bad Vampire the Masquerade show? Or both? Both. It was set in a very... They didn't do very good justice to Vampire the Masquerade as a roleplay. They didn't explore the politics properly. What they did was it was effectively what I call a Channel 5 movie, which was it had a decidedly shit budget, so they got the actors that they could get, and they put more money into their actors and their special effects than they put into their writers, which meant that the writing was unbelievably shite and focused far more on what they thought people wanted, which was romance arcs that made no sense, than anything else. I watched it all because I was a big fan of Vampire the Masquerade, but I was like, the fuck is this? The fuck. It's rubbish adaptation of Vampire the Masquerade made by the Beverly Hills 9210 guy. I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Caught your first stream? Yes, the Pasta Van. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thought it was made before the fantasy boom for Buffy and Hercules and all that. I don't think so. First episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer titled March 10th, 1997. Oh, it was a year before. So Kindred the Embraced actually happened a year before. It was the 2nd of April, 1996. So it was a year before Buffy. Whereas the whole Hercules thing with that massive tosspot who played Hercules started in 1995. So it was a year before that. But it was the same level of... Actually, it was probably a shitter level of quality than Hercules, and Hercules was pretty dire quality-wise. Do you know what I mean? Prometheus and its sequel, specifically, I thought were a bit naff. They were fantastic. In my personal opinion, they were fantastic science fiction movies. They were just shite alien movies. If it had been a science fiction movie by itself that had nothing to do with the Alien franchise, that had literally nothing to do with the Alien franchise, that they literally pulled out all of the different elements that they needed to pull out of it and didn't apply it to xenomorphs, but applied it to a different style of alien or what have you, another hunter-style alien, then it would have been a phenomenal movie series, but they didn't. They tried to shoehorn it into the Alien franchise, and as a result, it failed miserably, in my personal opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside machine, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? Good lord. The scandal, I tell you, the absolute scandal. Monty, that is enough popcorn. We have been to the cinema. It's fine. It's all right. Pixie Bomb, how you doing? Monty, that's an... Monty, that's Monty. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Bloody hell, there's too much popcorn here. You're drowning everyone in popcorn. Good lord. How's it going, Pixie Bomb? Thank you very much for bringing all your beautiful people over here. How you doing? Welcome on in, you glorious individuals. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. For par, individuals, for par. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard and don't be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. No, you cheeky little devils. Welcome on in. How you doing? What were you up to? Are you doing some Soul Reaver 2? Ooh. I didn't realize they'd remade Soul Reaver 2 as well. I just thought it was the original one. But how are you finding it? How's it going? Want the honest answer or the happy-go-lucky scamp answer? I want the honest answer. If you're not having a good time, that's okay. You're allowed to not have a good time. You're allowed to have a frustrating time. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. Friends, go and check out our dear friend Pixie Bomb. Pixie Bomb's a wonderful, wonderful bean. I love the fact that you're playing Soul Reaver 2. I fucking lived off those games for a long period of my teenage years. So, love that. Big fan. Big fan. But they're also a very supportive bean. They're very kind and generous and supportive in their own way. So, go check them out. Go click that cheeky little follow button. You know? Go click that cheeky little follow button. We're talking movies at the moment, but in a moment we're going to be jumping into the origins of the Grim Reaper. For today is Mythical Mondays. Today is Mythical Mondays, and as a result, we are going to be looking into the origins of a myth and or legend. And today's myth and or legend is the Grim Reaper, because I'm a dirty, dirty goth, and therefore love the origins of dark, mysterious creatures. Do you know what I mean? You got a fall this afternoon. You've bruised your left hip, knee, and ankle, so I'm in a lot of pain. I think I may have a mild case of the flu. There are a lot of lurgies going around at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised. I definitely have one in my system at the moment. It fucked me over on Friday night, and I was completely out of sorts over the weekend. So I completely get that. Completely get that. Enjoying the game, and I'm loving that I can play through 1, 2, and Defiance. Amazing. Mwah! Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it, Pixie Bomb. And I'm glad that you're able to share that with everybody on your stream as well. I'm glad you're able to share that. If you need to go and just rest, go lie down, go chill out, go grab a cuppa, go and do what you need to do, Pixie Bomb. As always, love the fact that you brought your people over here. Love that pandering to my attention. Do you know what I mean? But important. You go look after yourself first. You have to come first, all right? So go do what you need to do, you cheeky devil, all right? All right? Yeah, friends, we will be jumping into I've over chatted as per usual by about a good half an hour, so we will be jumping into the origins of the Grim Reaper momentarily. I'm just going to try and catch up a little bit. I'm going to whip down, friends. We're going to whip down. JM Beard, how you doing, you beautiful bean? How's it going, Jam Jar Brain? How you doing, you wonderful bean? Tilt Scythe. A funny story, friends. When I was in university, in my second year of university, there was a basement in the house, which doesn't happen in the UK very often. It's very rare that you have a house with a basement, all right? But it was a house with a basement, and the only thing that was in the basement, in this dark, dank, horrible basement, was a scythe. It was fucking massive. So yeah, I have stories about scythes, which was unnerving. In this really fucking shitty old house. And it was, yeah, just fucking a big fuck off scythe. And I was like, what the fuck is... What? Okay, sure. All right. The only thing in here is a scythe. All right, sure. The Ultraviolet show was the one where they couldn't actually kill the vampires. They had to trap their ashes in metal canisters. I would imagine they trap their ashes in metal canisters that are constantly bathed in ultraviolet, right, Diston? Haven't even played a Resident Evil game. Love the character. I have played 7 and 8, and I want to play 7, 8, and 9 before I go back and play 1 through 6 of the Resident Evil series, because I want to finish Ethan Winter's story arc before I go back and check out the others. You know, you brought me over to add chaos to the chaos. Yeah, pretty much accurate. There's a lot of chaos that goes on here, Pastor Man. It has to be said. You know what I mean? One of my brothers and his wife love the Twilight movies. Of course they did. Of course they did, this run. I have no doubt that many people out there that love Twilight movies, but those people don't know what the fucking thing, what a vampire is. They don't understand the concept of vampires and what they're all about. They just want... They see vampires like, oh my god, it's a mysterious creature. It's so threatening. Oh, look how it glitters in the sunshine. What? No. It's actually a fucking killer. It's a hunter, a predator, you know? Just showed you to a fellow cosplayer and you joined the cult of Vane of your own accord. Awesome. I'm on board it. Cult of Vane meets the cult of Van. Oh my god. Wow. Nosferatu actor has also said supposedly that he would like to play the Joker. Can really dig the idea. Chunak, as in Bill Skarsgård. I have a love-hate relationship with Bill Skarsgård as a performer. I think he did phenomenally well in Nosferatu. But I also know that he played Eric Draven in the Crow remake, and that was one of the worst movies I have ever seen in my entire existence ever. I've seen a lot of movies. That was in the bottom 5. And he played Eric Draven in that. So, you know. I made a deal with my students at the time that they stopped complaining about the book that I had to teach. I would read Twilight right during the frenzy. I will never get that time back. You will never get that time back. Absolute facts. You won't do that. You won't do that. You won't get that time back. Fucking fantastic. I love my stalkers. Tongue in cheek, by the way. Oh, yeah. Oh, you little stalker. That's the follow thing. That's the follow thing. Max White, thank you very much for 30 little bits, giving us a very shimmy. It's a shimmy dancing Dracula going on there. Dracula giving us a little shimmy. You know, appreciate it. J2, how you doing? How's it going? Coming in 5 streams in a row. You've been all nagified here. Good lord. Pentastar, how you doing? You beautiful being. Welcome on in. All these beautiful people coming in here. All these beautiful people coming in here. The king of soaps. Oh, right. Okay, Holy Witness. I see you. I see you. Kevin Sorbo. Right. Oh, yeah, yeah. Kevin Sorbo is a colossal prick. And the best thing that I love about... you've got a costume from Xena the Warrior Princess. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine. Xena was absolutely fantastic. And the thing that I love most about... because I watched a few of the Hercules ones. I watched more of the Xena ones. Just because I thought they were actually a better series more than anything else. But what I love about the whole Kevin Sorbo and, well, Hercules and Xena, I can't remember who plays Xena now, the names escape me, is the fact that Kevin Sorbo spouts the most prejudiced, bigoted shit on the internet, and the woman who played, and Lucy Lawless, thank you very much, Razotta, Lucy Lawless calls him out on it all the fucking time. All the fucking time. And I love that. I love the fact that they used to work in a parallel almost in Channel 5 movies or Channel 5 TV series, and yet they have this fucking rivalry going on, or a, I don't know, no, not even a rivalry, just straight up he's a bigot, she calls him out all the fucking time, you know. Xena was also really great. Xena was better than Hercules. And also then you had Andromeda, which was just Hercules in space. That's all it was. That's all it was. Kind of thought the Kindred in a similar vein to the first D&D movie. When D&D movie first came out, everyone was so upset. Then actually played the game, and some of them actually are quite goofy indeed. Oh, yeah. No. 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 I watched a D&D movie and thought it was an absolute bag of garbage. But there is a difference between playing a roleplay game and being an idiot within that roleplay game versus watching a movie set in the universe that's meant to be... like, a good depiction of Dungeons & Dragons is Baldur's Gate. Do you know what I mean? A good depiction of Vampire the Masquerade is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, even if the game itself was not aged well. Do you know what I mean? The game itself hasn't aged well. That's a separate thing. But in regards to a good adaptation of the roleplay game, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline, or, if any of you remember it, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, which was the first PC game, the first Vampire the Masquerade PC game to hit our screens. That was a fantastic version of a Vampire the Masquerade game. Great depictions can exist, but you've got to get good writers. You've got to have a decent budget, and you've got to get good writers. The first thing, before anything else, when you are taking a franchise, a well-loved role-play franchise like Dungeons & Dragons, like Vampire the Masquerade, etc., etc., you need good writers before everything else. Before anything else that happens, you need good writers. Because a good writer will mean that no matter what else happens, you will have a fantastic story that people can follow and get invested in. You know? You know? Come hang behind the curtain with me. I'm about to medicate and stuff my face with bolognese. Go do the thing. I had some bolognese earlier. Fully appreciate that. Veggie bolognese, but bolognese all the same. Planet's sorting out a heat pad. Amazing, Pixie Bomb. You go chill. Go do your thing. You go zen out for a bit, you know? Are you going to play the original Resident Evil 1 and onwards? Yes, I will do. So they haven't announced the Resident Evil 9 yet. Oh, 10 hours ago, comicbook.com. They are teasing a 2026 Resident Evil 9 release. They are teasing it, but there's no confirmation as to whether that is accurate or not. Love a sexy vampire? I do love a sexy vampire. Love the dynamic of it. But one of the reasons why I loved the new Nosferatu movie is because he wasn't a sexy vampire. If you want to know how I feel, I've said this before, for all those people that have just joined us and what have you, I went to see the Nosferatu movie on Thursday. My review will be available 6:30 p.m. GMT on the Thurston Vanity YouTube channel. All right, it'll be there on Friday, this Friday coming, which is oh my god, where's my fucking... Thank you very much, Chunk. The 16th, Friday the 16th. 17th, Friday the 17th. Lies and deceit. He lulled me into a false sense of security. Thank you very much, Nibberin. On that channel that has literally been pulled out there, Nibberin has thrown out the YouTube channel. You want to see my review? It's a 45-minute review, by the way, friends. It is in depth. I talk about... I literally do a little section before I even go to the cinema, talking about what I'm expecting. I then go to the cinema. I do a spoiler-free section, so I talk about like what I liked about the atmosphere, what I liked about the cinematography without giving away any spoilers, and then I do a spoiler-full section that literally goes into the nitty-gritty of the movie itself, and I get real nerdy on it, all right? Get really, really nerdy on it. So if you want to check that out, 6:30 p.m. GMT on this Friday, okay? It'll be available, but it's going to be cool as shit. It's going to be really, really cool. And for those people that are watching the VOD, hi VOD people, how you doing? I appreciate you being here on the VODs and Vanity YouTube channel. I appreciate you being here. I will stick it in the description down below. I'll stick the link in the description down below to that specific video when it goes live. In the meantime, I'll stick a link to the Thurston Vanity YouTube channel. All right. And also, while you're here, like and subscribe. I appreciate you. Yay! Like and subscribe. Check me out, real YouTuber. Actually, you don't have to like and subscribe. I don't give a shit. If you're enjoying what you enjoy, if you're enjoying what you like, then like it. If you want to see more of it, then subscribe. If you don't, that's cool. There are a million other YouTubers you can go check out. My friend knew another vampire fiction. He liked the alternate take on it. Ultraviolet. Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. I haven't seen any of them. I didn't even realize it was a TV series, to be fair. Didn't even realize it was a TV series. Sobo is a colossal douchebag. Yes, he is. I don't even know much about him, but fuck me. Fuck me. What the very little I have seen of him, of his posts recently, have pissed me off very quickly, you know? There is a reason the combined universe is called the Xenoverse. Yeah. Fair. Entirely fair. Lawless calling him Peanut is just the best thing ever. Oh, wow. That's amazing. That is amazing. The more recent D&D movie was awesome. I haven't seen it. I have to say. It didn't... I saw the trailer for it and it didn't grab me enough to want to see it. You know? I want to see videos of her tearing him a new one. I'm sure there's plenty of choreographed videos of Xena and Hercules fighting. About D&D and Kindred, fair enough. Bloodlines and Redemption was pretty cool. Bloodlines and Redemption was really cool, but also Bloodlines 2 is coming out soon. Bloodlines 2 is coming out soon. And I am particularly excited about that because somebody I know is working for the company that are releasing it. and everything that they are saying. They are a massive, massive, massive Vampire the Masquerade fan, and everything they are saying is promising to me. Everything they are saying is promising to me in regards to how Bloodlines 2 is angling itself, you know. Neurospicy friends, what's your hyperfixation foods lately? Because I've got the weirdest combo going on right now. I've not been craving any foods at all. At all. Everything that I can think of hasn't been appealing to me. So I'm literally eating food because I know that I need to eat. That is literally it. Totally agree about having good writers. Actors can mess up a good script, but the script is the foundation, and that's bad. Oh yeah. 100%. If you don't have good writers are the most important, in my personal opinion. Right, and this is speaking as an actor. Writers are the most important part of any TV series, any radio series, any audiobooks, any fucking movies. Writers are the most important part, because an actor can fuck up a script, but a script will fuck up a bad actor can fuck up a good script, but a bad script will fuck up the entire movie, regardless of how good the actors are. Regardless of how good the actors are. Been so cold here lately. Been set on stews. Solid call. Muggins, how you doing? How's it going? It has been a long time. Hope you're doing well, friend. Nothing makes sense, but I'm rolling with it. Roll with it. Keep going. The OG Resident Evil games aren't really connected to the newer games, so you don't have to play through the newer ones. No, definitely. I know you don't, Distron. I just want to get the full arc. I want to get the full Ethan Winter arc before I go back and play the others. That's just a personal choice. Do you know what I mean? I love it when folks go all nerdy. Nibbering, I get real nerdy. Like and subscribe. Oh my god, Lux. Oh my god. I get real nerdy. Really, really, really nerdy with the Nosferatu stuff. Because, like I said, as for all those people that have just joined us, I know the origins of Nosferatu, the movie, the 1922 movie, really, really well. I've seen the movie many, many times. I know the Dracula story and the iterations of Dracula really, really well. I also know the mythology and folklore around vampires as a whole really, really well. And I know a certain amount of history around the Romanian Transylvanian region relatively well. So you mix all of that together, and you have got a little fucking melding pot for all of the shit that I'm real nerdy in, which is what the spoiler section of the Nosferatu review is on the channel. So when it goes live, expect maximum nerdiness. Actually, it's not even maximum nerdiness, because if it was maximum nerdiness, if I genuinely went all in, it would be about a 3-hour video. I have managed to scale it down to a 45-minute video, or 44.2-minute video. I have done very, very well for myself, because there was a lot of things that I wanted to say that I decided to ease back on, all right? All right? Once it's released, okay, once it's released on Friday, we can talk about it all you fucking want, all right? Next Monday, this time next week, I am more than happy to sit and go through all of the nerdiness. But until it's released, I'm easing off on it, because I want people to go and check out my YouTube video. Do you know what I mean? I want that to happen. I want to grow that channel. That is something that I genuinely want to do this year. So, you know. I'm creating a YouTube channel called About Moss, Algae, and Liverworts. Please like and subscribe. Oh my god. God damn it, Max. God damn it. Last D&D movie was a lot of fun, worth a watch. I wouldn't mind checking it out at some stage, for sure. For sure. I think my next D&D game that I'm playing is the 24th of January. That's when we're next booked in. Which is good, because I haven't played in fucking ages. I'm trying to combine my nun outfit with my amazing Reaper mask. Do it. Indulge. Mystery Unsolved. Hello, how you doing? How's it going? Honey Barbecue Wings Ranch, which isn't good because I'm supposed to be watching my salt intake. Oh god. But if that's your fixation, yeah, well, that's a problem one. That's a problematic one. The funny thing about movies and television that you You can have a bad movie, but still enjoy it for what it is. Oh, you can enjoy a bad movie for how bad it is, for sure. There's plenty of movies that I've watched that I'm like, this is a shit movie, but I like it. You know? Whipping down a wee bit. So Didymus, hello you cheeky devil. Actors can only elevate a script so far if it's bad, but if a good script plus good actors, yeah. Even to be honest with you, a good script plus mediocre actors. Even if you have mediocre actors, a good script will tie it through. Absolutely. Remakes are doing a good job of making a more fuller lore experience. Is slowly building towards it in all connections with new games, so I'm excited about that. Love the originals and own/play them as and when I get the time. That's cool. That is cool. I do want to go back and check them out because I haven't played them, you know. Was the 20s Nosferatu the one where they recorded it with 2 different casts, one during the day and one during the night? I think one of them in Spanish or something. No, that was the original Dracula, Early Witness. So the Bram Stoker, so the original black and white Dracula movie with Bela Lugosi, that was the one with the 2 casts. They literally filmed, I think it was Bela Lugosi's lot during the day, and the Spanish version of was it El Conde Dracula during the night, and they literally tag teamed it for the entire period so that they could release them at the same time. Yeah, that is a genuine thing. But yeah. It's interesting that all vampire legends come from Europe area and the vampire bats only exist in neotropic South America. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But then also in the original Bela Lugosi's Dracula, they had armadillos. It's true. Absolute fact. True. You know. Around the spring rolls with plum sauce. Ooh, that's an interesting combination. Only got down to 42 minutes because you sped yourself up double speed, sounding like a chipmunk, didn't you? Maybe. So, here we go. Let's talk about Nosferatu. I really enjoyed Nosferatu because of the thing of we do this and we do things. There was loads of stuff that I missed out. There was loads of stuff that I literally couldn't fit into the review because there was a whole thing about how Nosferatu in the new movie feeds, which I thought was fucking fascinating. But I didn't have the time to include it in my review. Firstly, because there was too much to talk about, and secondly, because I literally filmed it after I got home from seeing the movie, so it was like fucking midnight or something like that. It was very late in the day. Samurai Afro, how you doing? How's it going? The Room? I haven't seen The Room. I have heard that it is very much one of those movies that is so bad that it's good. Oklahoma Vampires? Never even heard of that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Friends, before we go any further, I'm going to go visit the urination station, get myself another cup of tea, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start exploring the Grim Reaper because I'm nearly 2 hours into stream now, and we've got a Grim Reaper to explore. Do you know what I mean? But before I do that, hello, you cheeky devils. Look at you, Aristolomy. Pre-Grim Reaper talk, smolder is needed. Getting all close and personal, getting all up in my business. I mean, really, here I am trying to discuss the Grim Reaper and apparently vampires because that's what we're talking about right now. But still, you come over here, interrupt me, get all of my business, wait 9 minutes in order to be able to get smoldered at. You cheeky little devil, you cheeky little devil. I mean, really, what do you like? What are you like? You know? Mr. Vampire, never even heard of that one. See one clip of that movie. I'll be waiting for the home release. I'm very excited. It isn't often that I would say this because I appreciate that people like their movies in different formats. I think if you can go see Nosferatu, the new 2025 Nosferatu, at a quiet viewing, we had a remarkable situation where it was a really, really busy theater, but everyone was quiet throughout the entire movie. There was one weird bit where people were shining their torches in order to find their seats and stuff, and that pissed me the fuck off. But overall, it was a very, very respectful full theater, which was good. But I will say that Nosferatu 2025 was one of the greatest cinema experiences that I have had.
It's a raid. Flee, flee.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside in between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, I tell you. The absolute audacity. Good Lord, Vithica. Coming in here with your flamingos. Bow for your horror queen. We've just been talking about her. Hold on. Monty, stop this. Stop with the popcorn. We've been to the cinema. We've done this. Calm it down. You're drowning these people in popcorn. Drowning them, I tell you. How's it going? How you doing, Vithica, you beautiful being? Thank you very much for bringing all your people over here. From Sims 4 to the history of the Grim Reaper. Yeah, we are going to do it momentarily. I was literally, just as you've raided, I was just going to go visit the urination station and grab myself a cup of tea. But I'll say hello to all you beautiful people first. We've got like a good 10 minutes or so before the next ad break anyway. So fuck it. I'll chat away to you. How you doing, Vithica? Thank you very much for bringing all your beautiful people here. Friends, if you are new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. For bar individuals, for bar. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. No. Friends of ours, all the wonderful people in the cult of vein here, go and check out Vithica 13. Vithica 13 is a long-time friend of ours. A beautiful, beautiful individual, pyromancer extraordinaire, and as they say, a horror queen. Queen of all horror. Have you seen the new Nosferatu movie yet, Vithica? We're not giving away spoilers, but have you seen it? You're doing some more Sims 4, and it was hell? What? Why was it hell? Was it hell thematically? 3 deaths and loads of bugs. It wasn't hell thematically. It was hell literally. Oh, what a pain in the ass. What a pain in the hoop, Vithica. But thank you very much for bringing all your people over. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. If you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat. Go grab your delightful beverage. Please go and do so, you beautiful bean. Please go do so. Please look after yourself. Do what you need to do. That goes for all you beautiful raiders as well. As much as I love your attention, please look after yourselves, you cheeky devils, all right? A quiet cinema is the norm here in Australia, not here in the UK. In the UK, you will usually get people chatting to each other. Hey, have you noticed this in the background over there? Oh my God. People texting their friends, just real subtly, just being like. But of course, you get the fucking glow on their face, so all you can see out the corner of your vision is somebody's pasty white exterior. People just really loudly crunch it. Lots of open mouth eaters. Do you know what I mean? But we didn't have that when we went to see Nosferatu, which was very exciting. We had a wonderful experience last Thursday when we went to see Nosferatu, so I was a big fan of that. Apart from the one person who had their fucking torch out to try and find their seat, but you know, accessibility that can be forgiven, but for accessibility purposes, you know. But yeah, other than that, it was great. Have you seen you can text the theater that something is happening? Oh, really? I don't think that's something you can do in here. But also, I'm begrudged to text the theater because if I text the theater that something is happening, then I am also somebody with their phone out, having the glare off my face, distracting other people. This is a massive forehead, friends. This will refract the light into everybody's eyeballs. All right? Just straight up. I'd be like, oh my God, somebody's using their phone. And then pull out my phone and it'd be like, somebody has lit the fires of Gondor. Do you know what I mean? Like it would be powerful. It would be powerful. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to other people in the cinema, you know. But yeah. I will say what I'll say, friends. I have got a I've got a review. I've said it a few times now, but I'm very excited about it coming out. On Friday, 6:30 p.m. GMT is my review of Nosferatu. It's coming out 6:30 on my Thurston Vanity YouTube channel. You can get a link for all those people that want it. The Thurston Vanity YouTube channel, that is going to be my review. I do a spoiler-free section for people that haven't seen the movie but want to know what kind of vibe it is. And then I do a spoiler-full section so that everybody who has seen the movie or doesn't care about seeing the movie can really live off my nerding. And I get real fucking nerdy in it because it's one of my absolute fucking passions, all right? All I will say to those people that have not seen the Nosferatu movie yet that might be tempted to see the Nosferatu movie is it was one of the greatest cinema experiences that I have had. If you are going in without any knowledge of Nosferatu, without any knowledge of the Dracula story and what have you, then it's a good movie. It's an all right movie. I would say that it's probably quite enjoyable. It's very thematic and it's very good at building an atmosphere, you know? If you go in with a knowledge of the original 1922 movie, you go in with a knowledge of the Dracula storyline and how the Dracula book, the novel, works, and you go in with some description of knowledge of the origins of the mythology of vampires, especially around the Romanian Transylvania area. Should I watch the original? You should watch it. I think you should. It depends, Lux. Do you like black and white silent movies? Can you deal with a black and white silent movie? I think that the original 1922 is one of the most beautiful cinema experiences that has been. But then it was one of the earliest, it was the first ever vampire movie to ever exist. And it was one of the earliest horror movies to ever exist. So culturally, I think if you enjoy vampires and you enjoy horror, you should watch the original regardless of the new one. But I think that once you've seen the new, if you see the original, if you see the old sepia, never really watched any, but I don't see myself having any issue watching them. If you see the old sepia silent movie and then watch the new movie, so much will become more apparent to you. There will be lots of points where you're like, oh, they've taken this from the original. Oh shit, it's been 100 years and that still works. And there'll be other points where you go, that is a really interesting interpretation of how the original movie showed it. Really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. And if you want to know more, then my review is available on Friday. Okay? Sir Didymus, The Strain was a very interesting vampire movie, though I haven't seen the full of it. I watched the first 5 episodes and then life got in the way. But The Strain was a really interesting vampire TV series, for sure. That was really interesting. Let's not forget the Canadian direct-to-TV sequel, The American Psycho with Mila Kunis. Oh my god, there was a sequel to American Psycho? That upsets me. That upsets me deep in my soul. The new Bloodline game looks so good, but it looked really good before it got pushed back because the developer went out of business or something. Oh, no, Distron. No. There is an entire fucking a shitstorm that happened with the Bloodlines 2 game. The TLDR is they hired the original writer from... Okay, I'm going to try and not be biased about this, okay? They hired the original writer from Bloodlines 1, who they knew could do a good job. And they hired a development team to do that job. They then pushed the development team past what... Well, the people who own it were expecting certain results and didn't get those results. So the development team was let go. They let go of the development team. entirely. And they got a new development team in and then let go of that development team as well. And somewhere in between those points, the original writer and, if I remember correctly, a few other writers that were writing the story alongside it were all let go as well. Or they walked out. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. And then they just sat on it for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages. And then they got the new company, the Chinese Room, involved. And I know somebody who works for the Chinese Room, and everything that they have said is pointing in the right direction. It's ticking a lot of boxes for me, is what I'll say. You know? You should have to leave your phone at the door. I wouldn't trust anybody not to half-inch it. I wouldn't trust anybody not to walk away with it. Do you know what I mean? Right, let me scroll up a wee bit so I can catch what was going on. How's it going, Mini Micro? How you doing, you cheeky devil? I blame the UK ad campaigns showing people behaving loudly and the COVID situation causing people to not recognize what normal movie experience should be. Yeah, I agree. I know. I think the COVID experience, not regardless of the normal movie experience, the COVID experience across the entirety of society made people more selfish. COVID and the pandemic that swept the world made people more selfish. Just generally. I'm not going to go into it, but that is what I have noticed over the past few years. You know? Yeah, the ads are incoming. Gibbon Dragon, how you doing, you cheeky devil? You're dying, Matt Habsley needed that. I'm glad I could provide you with this entertainment, alright? You know, because people posting it to Instagram makes for more audiences. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Literally just started typing the Gondor joke. The fires of Gondor have been lit. Shit, it's Valen's forehead. Live Music has started to implement this again. Recently, the band Ghost banned phones at all their shows on the world tour. You can have your phone on you in a plastic bag, etc. For real emergencies. No, that's fair. That is fair. Friends, an advert is about to begin. I'm going to use this opportunity to go visit the urination station. I encourage you to do the same. Get up, have a stretch your eyes, look at something in the distance, then look back again. Grab some kind of beverage, so hot, cold, or if the time is permitting, flamboyant as fuck. Don't forget to take your meds, you cheeky little devils. And if you haven't done it already, take them now, you cheeky little devils, all right? Go do what you need to do. I'll be back momentarily. If you're wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths, stretch those lungs out, stretch those rib cages out, and never wear a binder longer than is medically recommended, which is what we understand to be approximately 6 hours, depending on the binder. Friends, I'll be back momentarily once I've got myself another cup of tea, and then we are going to jump into the origins of the Grim Reaper. Okay, you cheeky devils? See you in a minute. Welcome back, you cheeky little devils. Little Gem coming in with her 34 months. Good luck. I went away to get a new cup of tea to visit the urination station. You come in here with your 34, your 57 months, even bigger. Good Lord, Little Gem. Thank you very much for coming in here for the 57 months. Good Lord. By having your name upon the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? Yeah, cheeky little devil. How's it going, Music Man? Hello, you cheeky devil. Welcome back, friends. Welcome back. Am I getting beamed up? Warlock, how you doing? How's it going?
You subscribed.
Warlock coming in for the 36 months. Good Lord.
3 years, 4 Twitch babies.
Good Lord.
/ get them down the mines.
Get them down the mines. Just your babies, because they happen to be of a hardier breed, right, Warlock? Right, Warlock? Jesus Christ. By having your name on the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. You've just heard this. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. What are we calling our baby, Warlock? What are we calling our baby, you cheeky devil? 3 years. Good Lord. Good Lord. That is wild. Live music is started. Oh yeah. No, I read that. That's cool. So good to know because you're a Dracula fan, Vithica. Yes, if you're a Dracula fan, you will enjoy it because the view that they take is a really interesting one, in my personal opinion. You know, The Strain got canned way too early. That doesn't surprise me. Most good shows do. American Psycho 2 was someone's horror with a sense of humor. Oh God, that's genuinely upsetting. That is genuinely upsetting. You good? I'm glad to hear it, Mini Micro. Little Gem, you beautiful bean. Animated way scene seems familiar. Oh, the be right back screen. I always use a screensaver. I always use one of the many billion trillion screensavers out there that fits the theme. Given the fact that we're talking about the Grim Reaper, I thought Fields of Corn were a suitable screensaver out there. You know. Vanilla and nutmeg. Tasty, tasty. Bear with me 30 seconds. Cool. Right then, friends. Shall we jump into the origins of the Grim Reaper? And by shall we, I mean we are going to. So buckle up, friends. Come settle down by the fire. Get yourself nice and warm. For we are going to explore the origins of the Grim Reaper. For those people that don't know, we are doing Mythical Mondays. Mythical Mondays is where we explore the origins of a myth and or legend. Usually a creature from a myth and or legend.
Yeah,
so,
subscribed.
Lunicorn!
Most kind.
Here I am.
Well, that's a nice round number, isn't it?
Here
You're
I
so
am.
vain you probably think this subscribe is about you.
I do.
It definitely kinda is though. Love your face XX.
I do indeed, you cheeky little devil Lunicorn. I've inscribed your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror.
Yeah, you subscribe.
Oh my lordy.
Most kind.
Jam Jar gifting one to Grim Fandango. We're never going to get around to actually finding out what's going on with the Grim Reaper. Grim Fandango, your name is also inscribed on the mirror vein. You've just heard what's going on. So I'll skip straight ahead to the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. Thank you so much, you beautiful beings. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Lunicorn and Jam Jar Brain for giving that sub out there as well. You cheeky little, that was 50 months, Lunicorn. That is wild. That is wild. Anyway, where was I? Yes, friends, we are going to be looking into the origins of the Grim Reaper. This is a Mythical Monday stream. Mythical Mondays is where we delve deep into the origins of a myth and or legend. I tend to go for myths and legends that I know reasonably well. However, we will be doing a couple this year that are pushed a bit further afield. Myths and creatures, monsters that I'm not familiar with, so we can really look into them. So I'll do a vote a little bit later on in the year as to which myths and legends we want to be going and looking at across the year, because I would like you to be a little bit more involved in my choice of these myths and legends, you know. And yeah, that is what we do. We do Mythical Mondays is where we deep dive into the origins to find out where these myths and legends started. It started Halloween a couple of years ago, and we have done it for a good few years now. We've done vampires, werewolves, the curse of the mummy, zombies, leprechauns, unicorns, the mer people, fucking ghosts. The succubus, the devil himself. We have done fucking loads of them. And today, we are going to be delving into the Grim Reaper. Death themselves. And very specifically where the concept of the Grim Reaper came from. Okay? Many of you will know what the Grim Reaper looks like because we've been playing Discworld recently on Tuesdays. And thus, the Grim Reaper is a part of that. Well, Death is a part of that. And he looks like a Grim Reaper. All right? The mer people are called scousers, aren't they? If if the Little Mermaid popped up out of the fucking North Sea and had a Scouse accent, I would be shocked. Shocked, to say the least. Yeah, the fuck you doing? Here, Eric. Fuck you doing, son? Fucking hell. Here he is. My fucking prince. Amazing. You did get to see the sun yesterday. We love the sun. Vitamin D all round. Some erotic audio OnlyFans creators need that name regardless of gender. What, the Grim Reaper? Death themselves? Curse of Mummy being my favorite, but we all know about You Are Indeed Bias. It's true. One of the more interesting vampire series I remember from being a kid was Kindred the Embrace, because it had different... Oh, we talked about Kindred the Embrace. It's fucking ridiculous. Different kinds of vampires, which is something I hadn't thought of until then. Said Didymus, Kindred the Embraced is based on Vampire the Masquerade, the roleplay game. It is literally based on Vampire the Masquerade, the roleplay game. And it did a terrible, terrible job of depicting the roleplay game of Vampire the Masquerade. It is... Anyone who has played the roleplay game of Vampire the Masquerade sees that series and goes, what the fuck are you doing? So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm never one to yuck on someone's yum, but it was, in my personal opinion, it was the biggest pile of hot garbage. It was bad, you know? So, where does the concept of the Grim Reaper come from? We're starting our search at Britannica.com. Because Britannica is an encyclopedia website, and I like to cite my sources. For thousands of years, various cultures have had figures to represent death. One of the most common and enduring of these is the Grim Reaper, usually a skeletal figure, who is often shrouded in a dark hooded robe, and carrying a scythe to reap human souls. But how and when did the imagery come to be associated with death? The Quim Reaper? That is a very different style of things. Hello, welcome on in. Settle yourselves down. I am the Quim Reaper. We are quivering in the Quim right here with the Quim Reaper. I love it. I love it. Death Grim Reaper to me will always speak like this all the time. Rincewind, are you sure you're not dead? Oh, come on, I've been hanging around for ages. The Grim Reaper seems to have appeared in Europe during the 14th century. Fuck, really? That late? That late? I thought it was much earlier than that. The 14th century, it was during this time that Europe was dealing with the world's worst pandemic, the Black Death. Believed to be the result of the plague, the Black Death. If people don't know about this, there was a plague that basically killed off... do you know what? How many people did the Black Death kill? The estimated death toll of the Black Death between the period of 1347 to 1352 was approximately 25 million people, which was at the time 65% of the European population. Approximately. So yeah, approximately two-thirds of the European population was taken out by the Black Death during the period of 1347 to 1352. It actually killed more people after that, and some say before that and what have you. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Half of the population of Paris died. The population of Florence went from 120,000 to 50,000, and it took 150 years for Europe's population to recover. So just as a point of perspective, you can understand why the concept of death was on people's minds when it came to that period of time, because death was literally around every corner, and because at the time they had they knew that it was associated with rats, but they didn't know how. So they would have like rat catchers that would go out there. They didn't have any kind of the concept of like masks and stuff like that to keep. They didn't have any like masks like we do for COVID and stuff like that. There were the plague doctors, which is the big mask where they had like a giant beak off it, and they would have potpourri and pleasant smelling herbs in the mask to purify the air. But they had no idea that all of the plague, the Black Death, came from fleas. It came from fleas that were that fed off the rats, which is the reason why they associated with the rats, because they were like, wherever the rats are, that's where the plague is. You know. They had to have rat catchers because people were killing the cats. Yeah. They had to have rat catchers because people originally thought the reason why, to my knowledge, people originally thought it was cats that were carrying the plague and therefore killed all the cats. And of course, the more cats that they killed, the more the rat population grew because there was no cats to kill the rats off. And therefore, suddenly, there was an absolute pandemic because it was like, oh shit, the rats are going fucking everywhere because there's nothing hunting them. Because cats were witches' familiars. Yeah. In fact, although that wouldn't have made too much of a difference in the 13th century because it wasn't until the 15th century in Europe, the 14th century even, it wasn't till the early 15th century in Europe. Oh no, it will have been just before. So, interesting. The early 15th century is when the first witch trials occurred. And it was the middle of the 14th century that the plague hit Europe, which is interesting because as much as you are entirely correct that they did view cats as witches' familiars, that actual concept, the prejudice around that actually came more in during the witch trials. That was when they declared. That was when King James declared, because we did a deep dive on the witches, on the origins of witches and stuff like that. But that was when King James declared that witches had familiars. So it wasn't until much later, well, about 50 to 60 years later, that they started really associating cats with thingies. But so in the 14th century, the middle of the 1300s, that was when they were really pushing the dynamic of like wherever the cats are is where the plague is. But of course that was happening because the cats were feeding off the rats that carried the plague. So they'd kill all the cats because they thought the cats were carrying the plague. And then, of course, the rats fucking thrived because there was nothing hunting them anymore. And it just went everywhere. I feel like these two ideas are incorrectly conflated. Yeah, I don't think they were associated by any stretch of imagination. I just find it very, very interesting that after 60 years which is too long after a blight that took out 65% of the European population, they started blaming witches and stuff like that, you know. Of course, it disproportionately affected the poor. It certainly did. That was the way you get stories like that of Edgar Allan Poe's Masque of the Red Death, where you would have rich people that would... In fact, you know what? I'm not going to go into the politics and I'm not going to go into the sociological studies, but it certainly has a correlation to modern day times where you have something that is causing chaos across the land, causing mass damage and potentially death in the scenario of the plague. And you have rich people trying to protect themselves at the expense of anyone else, very specifically including the poor. We are seeing a lot of that in certain parts of the world at the moment, where rich people don't give a shit about anybody else's property, but they are prepared to pay whatever it costs to protect themselves. And they don't care about anybody else. Anyway. But yeah, it would disproportionately affect the poor because, first of all, the poor weren't clean. Second of all, the poor were much more likely to be in contact with rats and what have you. And thirdly, they didn't have enough, like it would affect the food, or wherever there was food, there was rats. And they would definitely be in areas where the food was much less protected from the rats. And the rats carry the fleas, and the fleas carry the plague. The original outbreak of the plague occurred during 1347 to 1351, and outbreaks then recurred several other times after that. So clearly, death was something that the surviving Europeans had on their minds, and it's not surprising that they conjured an image to represent it. But why the skeletal figure? Why the scythe? Why the robe? Says Britannica.com. Skeletons are a symbol of death. We know this. We understand this. Representing the human body after it has decayed. The robe is thought to be reminiscent of the robes that religious figures of the time wore when conducting funerary services. Let's find out. Funeral robe, Europe, 1350. Images. Oh, okay, interesting. Let me pull up an image for everyone so that you can see what we are looking at here. Why do you take so long, you little shit? Interwebs. So this is what the funerary robe looked like. This was a European funerary robe in the 1350s, or the mid 1300s, which is the reason why I searched that. So that explains a lot. Yeah, death in a robe like this makes a lot of sense. It's like, oh, it's a funeral, because that was the thing that I never got when it came to the Grim Reaper. That was the bit that I just didn't fully understand. I was like, okay, I get the skeletal aspect. I get the skeletal form of a decayed corpse, as it were. Makes complete sense. I get that. But why is he wearing a robe, and why does he have a scythe? Those are the bits that I didn't... I understand the idea of reaping the souls. He is the reaper. But why? Why those ones? Do you know what I mean? You took your meds. You're a good flamingo. I am very glad to hear it. Friends, if you haven't taken your meds, take them now, you cheeky little devils. So the fact that he is there in a funerary robe as a skeleton, do you know what it also means? It also means that people are likely to have seen death at graves, funeral rites, as it were. Because if they saw people like that who were particularly gaunt and malnutritioned, they may think they have a slightly skeletal face, and they'd be like, "Oh, that person, it's death. It's the Grim Reaper. He's hidden his scythe, but there he is, Barry, the Grim Reaper." You know? Oh my god, Pastor Van, is that a Monty Python reference? Do you know what I mean? So the rich were so scared of the poor that they depicted them as an old man in a robe with a low-paid job. Yeah, basically, yeah. What are the chances? Christian imagery has a lot of references to reaping and sowing. It does, and it also has references to farmer style careers or occupations being directly associated with Jesus, as it were, you know. However, from what I know of the Grim Reaper as a death style figure, he has never been associated with God, which is what I'm interested to find out, whether he is meant to be some kind of fallen angel or an angel even, you know. Venora, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Or Vanna, excuse me. Venora, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. How's it going? How's it going? The rich in their salmon mousse. Exactly, bloody salmon mousse. But I didn't eat the salmon mousse. Too late. All of us dead. Why? Yeah, okay, so the robe was reminiscent of the robes that religious figures at the time wore when conducting funerary services. The scythe is an apt image taken from agricultural practices of the time. Harvesters used scythes to reap or harvest crops that were ready to be plucked from the earth. And, well, it's kind of what happens when humans die. They are plucked from the earth. Okay, interesting. That was a very brief overview. Have we got a bit more? We have got a bit more. So we're moving over to beaminster.org, okay? Moving over to beaminster.org to have a quick history of the Grim Reaper. Where'd you hide that size, Captain Jack? You don't want to know. Oh my god. Wish I was doing better, but good to be here. You're doing better immediately because you are here, Vanera. You are here. And therefore, you're immediately doing better. All right? You're learning about the Grim Reaper. We're finding out about the origins of monsters today, you know? Humans love to anthropomorphize. We do. As people, we fucking love to anthropomorphize things. I know this from many different dynamics, not only from my fascination with myth and legend, and more specifically monsters within myth and legend, but also from the world of not safe for work games. Human beings love to make everything else into a human being, or a human being style version of that thing. I am all too aware of this. Pets, dogs, cats, chairs. Exactly, right? Vans. There is literally, you know, the movie Cars? Rule 34 applies, all right? Rule 34 exists within the Cars universe. Okay, I am aware. I believe the idea of the Angel of Death and the Grim Reaper became conflated. Well, we'll find out. We will find out for sure. They are all salmon mousse. Salmon mousse? Can you do the fandango? Thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. Grim Reaper. Our ancestors turned the sun and the moon, the sun, the moon, and the stars into gods. They deified personality traits and cultural values. Just look at Athena and Odin, both war and wisdom gods, as proof. It's no surprise that they did the same thing to death. Some, like the Greek Hades and the Hindu Yamraj, I believe it's Yamraj anyway, rule the underworld realms. Others, like the Grim Reaper, are death personified. Grim is recognizable by the shadowy robes and scythe, but where did the otherworldly figure come from? The dance macabre in medieval Europe. All right. Mushrooms are, that is, if a mushroom came for me for because I was dead, I would be more afraid than if I saw the Grim Reaper. All right. I've seen Rule 34 of the spaceships in Elite Dangerous. We have some passionate fans out there. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me at all. Not even slightly. The dance macabre. Unsurprisingly, Grimm's origins may lie in a pandemic, the Black Death. The Encyclopedia Britannica's Amy McKenna mentioned that it claimed nearly 1/3 of Europe's population in the 14th century. From what we understood from the information I got earlier, that's actually closer to 50 to 65% of the European population in the 14th century. The first plague outbreak occurred during 1347 to 1351, with several subsequent outbreaks thereafter. With so many friends and loved ones dying from this mysterious ailment, medieval Europeans became acquainted with death. Before Grimm assumed the familiar form, skeleton motifs were common in medieval European art. Atlas Obscura discussed the dance macabre, a trope depicting the dancing skeleton that escorted humans to their graves. The most common versions showed rich and poor alike, farmers, peasants, clergy, and nobles. Regardless of one's class or wealth, everyone met the same end. While the first known dance macabre art dates at 1424, it does demonstrate the connection between skeletons and death in medieval culture. Europe's recurring plague epidemics gave the image lasting power in people's minds. Let me see if I can pull up the image of the Dance Macabre painting. So this is the image of the Dance Macabre painting. Alexa, play Dance Macabre by Ghost. Exactly, all right? Expected, but unexpected, but not surprised. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it, Sembar. So this is the Dance Macabre, all right? And I have heard that this specific painting has been associated with the nursery rhyme "Ring Around the Roses," which is supposed to be about the Black Death, but is actually not. It's fake news. Fake news that it's about the Black Death, right? The Black Death and Grimm's origins. The Grim Reaper's imagery is rather straightforward. Most versions depict Grimm dressed in a long black hooded robe and carrying a scythe with thin skeletal hands. Depending on the artist, you may see the face of the skull under the hood. McKenna comments that the skeletons are a common symbol of death. After all, they are the only things that we leave behind after our bodies decay. She adds that Grimm's robes could have been modelled after those worn by the clergy. Men in certain religious orders often wore hooded robes known as cowls. And as we saw a minute ago, very specifically in the death rituals of the time, and area, the Grimm, the funerary robes were very long, flowing, and black, you know? Saw this in school, yeah. Looks like a good time, just running around with skeletons, it's fine. I've definitely seen an awful lot of medieval art that depicts skeletons, like either tempting people or taking people across the thing. Because, of course, one of the earliest... I don't know about depictions of it, but one of the earliest associations with a robed figure escorting, because that's what the Grim Reaper is, right? The Grim Reaper is a robed figure that escorts the living to the land of the dead, or to heaven in the 14th century. So the earliest depiction associated, it makes sense, was Charon of the ancient Greek myths, right? The ferryman, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Mystery Unsolved. That's where my mind immediately went. Spooky, scary skeletons. Exactly. Spooky, scary skeletons. All of that jazz. Depending on the eyes, you may see the face of a skull under the head. McKenna comments that the skeletons are often a symbol of death. She adds that Grimm's robes could have been modelled after the clergy. Yeah. Grimm's skeletal form and robes have clear symbolic meaning. But what about the scythe? Before the modern farm equipment existed, farmers used scythes to harvest their crops. Just as these farmers harvested their crops, Grimm harvested human souls when their bodies died. How the Grimm got his name. Okay. Grimm's imagery could have been familiar to medieval Europeans, but if you were to say the phrase Grim Reaper around them, they may have gotten a little confused at first. Okay, that's because Grimm wasn't known by this name until the mid-1800s. Wow. So, the imagery of death came about, to our knowledge, the imagery of death as the Grim Reaper, as the depiction of the Grim Reaper that we know today, came about in the mid-1300s, the 14th century. It was fucking 500 years later. 500 years later, Merriam-Webster mentioned that the first known use dates to 1846. So literally 500 years later, the moniker appeared in The Circle of Human Life, which was published in 1847. What is The Circle of Human Life? Do, 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 do. 1847. Yep. The Circle of Human Life, originally written by Friedrich August Gutrow Thuluck and translated by Robert Menzies. A very scarce copy of the look into the life of a Christian, analyzing the different stages throughout their life. So they would literally, it was a book about how to be a good Christian. Description. No, I want like a summary. Let's do... What's this? Okay. So this is a direct quote from Reverend Menzies. There are many who suppose that a clear and certain foreknowledge of the day of their death would exert a very powerful influence upon their minds. In this opinion, however, there must be some deception. All know full well that life cannot last above 70. Or at most 80 years old. If we reach that term without meeting the Grim Reaper with his scythe there or thereabout, meet him we surely shall. Death being thus the most certain of all certain events, why not begin at once with the work of the preparation for it? So it was how to prepare yourself. It was a book. The Circle of Human Life was an 1846 book on how to live your life as best as possible as a Christian in the day and age. And the last section was about preparing for your own death. Preparing for the coming of the Reaper that was grim. Very interesting. Very interesting. And then the chicken and the egg question. Does grim reaping cause a person's death? Or is grim simply a psychopomp guiding souls to the hereafter? Depends on who you ask. The Amateur's Guide to Death and Dying. What? The Amateur's Guide to Death and Dying? Oh my god, this is a much better version. We're going to read that in a second. Okay, hold on. Let's get rid of the Dance Macabre. Describes Grim as more of a guide, like Charon. Okay. Right, forget that. We're moving straight on to theamateursguide.com, because this seems to have a much more comprehensive article on the Grim Reaper origin and history. Okay? Yeah, I know. Current makes sense since Rome had so much influence over many parts of Europe in the various times. Current, of course, originated with the Greek mythology, yet, as far as I can tell, never had the name changed. I honestly don't know. And we know from previous delvings into these things that the Romans would often, especially when Catholicism was adopted by Rome, the Romans would often amalgamate, like merge in local practices into Catholic belief. For sure, you know? He got Helen's go, oh, really? My mother and father will have something to say about that. They're in their mid to late 70s. I think my parents would have something to say. I have something to say about that, and I'm nowhere near 70. Jeez. I want to be living a long and fruitful life, you know? Don't fear the Reaper. Exactly, Simplex. How you doing? How's it going? John Cleese roundabout when he plays Death, though, was so funny. Yeah. Is there a professional guide? No, only an amateur's guide to death. Only an amateur's guide to death. You know what I mean? It must be hard to become a professional dyer. Exactly, right? You can only have an amateur's guide, right? The professional guide to death was actually featured in Beetlejuice. Don't know whether you remember that, but that was the thing. You know. Okay, the Grim Reaper origin history. The Grim Reaper, or the Angel of Death, is a conceptual entity that is depicted as a pale skeletal figure in a long black cloak with a scythe in hand. Throughout the history of mankind, the concept of death as an omnipotent entity has had a significant impact on the human psyche. This article throws some light on the origins and history of the Grim Reaper and the myths and stories associated with this psychopomp. I love that word. The word psychopomp is a fantastic, fantastic word. The Grim Reaper is a diabolically dark figure that has captured the imaginations of many people around the world. Was he the answer that man found to the questions about death and dying? This entity features in folklore and movies. The scythe that he wields symbolizes the weapon of the harvester or the keeper of souls. It is believed that the entity escorts the souls of the deceased to the unknown territory of life after death. While some believe that he arrives on an old coach drawn by white horses, some others believe he arrives on a single horse called Binky. I added that bit. He arrives on a single horse without any coaches. His skeletal face bears a grim expression that successfully haunts a number of people, instilling the never-ending fear of death and departure. Many religions believe a particular spirit or deity is responsible to look after the souls after the death of a person. The Grim Reaper is considered this psychopomp who performs his duties of carrying the souls of the dead to the world of the non-living. In ancient Greek mythology, Charon was such an entity who carried the souls of the recently deceased in a ferry across the river that separated the world of the living from the dead. Similarly, there are different mythological and religious entities that come from different cultures and beliefs from all over the globe that somehow link with the origin of the personification of death in the form of the Grim Reaper. Ooh, this one's a much better version. We love this one. This is the amateur guide so far has given me far more joy than all of the articles we've read so far. Sheik Shake, how you doing? How's it going? Took the folklore classes when I was in university. Some of the most interesting classes I had. The professor had a PhD in folklore, so knew so much cool shit. Honestly, I fucking love looking into these things, and I love doing it with all of you because you come up with all kinds of interesting associations and things that you know as well. You know, a pale horse. Well, this is the thing, because on top of we've got to understand. Okay, so far we've seen the Grim Reaper in its initial concept. You know, like it came about during the Black Plague. The reason why it was a skeleton in a funerary robe, not black robe, a funerary robe with the scythe, all of that stuff makes sense. But we've also got later on, which is something we need to really look at, is the fact that death was one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. And death frequently looks like the Grim Reaper. You know? I don't know whether this will come into it, but it's true. Death looks like the Grim Reaper, and he was one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. In some depictions, he has a skeletal horse. In other depictions, he has an actual horse, and doesn't. Not to my knowledge, the four horsemen of the apocalypse don't have coaches. You know, I'm genuinely surprised there hasn't been an association with the Mary Lloyd that we looked at, or Mary Lloyd that we looked at in December, given the fact that that is a skeletal horse. But yeah, no.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Nibbering, thank you very much for giving that sub to Psycho Pom Pom. The Psycho Pomp. I do love the word Psycho Pomp. It's a good word. Thank you very much for giving that sub. I shall now describe them on the mirror. Vin. Psycho Pom Pom. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know, you cheeky devil. Mary Lloyd, a skeletal horse. So it's Mari. Do you know what? Let me type it in chat for you, Distron. And Nibirin, if you've got a second, could you get the VODs and Vanity link to the deep dive into the Mary Lwyd? Or Mary Lloyd, should I put? Oh my god, that's 2 words. There we go. That's how to spell it. It is a Christmas tradition that originates in southern Wales that involves a skeletal horse. It is exactly what it is. If you want to check that out, the VOD is available on the VODs and Vanity channel. I think Nibirin is just getting it now if they are available. If they're available to grab it for me. Me, Welsh. Valen, yep. Very interesting. Yeah, it's a Christmas tradition, believe it or not. But we found that there were no origins for it, which blows my little mind. Did an impression of you the other day to a friend talking about how you like I like your sass. It was probably a terrible impression, but it was fun to do. I'm very glad to hear that, Shake. I'm glad that you think I am worthy of an impression. Regardless of whether it was a good or a bad impression, I'm glad that you think I'm worthy of it. Nibirin, thank you very much. People, go and check. I mean, if you are watching the VOD at the moment, because obviously this is being recorded live, but if you're watching the VOD at the moment, you will be able to find it in the, it'll be the last video in the Mythical Monday playlist, because we did it there. But for those people that are here and would like to check it out at some later date, that is the link right there that Nibirin has just stuck in the chat. Thank you very much, Nibs. I appreciate that. Okay, the legend of the Grim Reaper, folklore, myths, and beliefs. Although there are different accounts of the manifestation of death, the Grim Reaper has become a conceptual personification of death the world over. The presence of this nightmarish entity has captured the imagination of storytellers, writers, and artists. The following sections will brief you about some notable instances or entities in history that will help understand the story and the emergence of the Grim Reaper. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. We were just talking about this. And here we are, the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Val makes me want to present sometimes in a robe or a smoking jacket. To be fair, what I normally wear this for the Mythical Mondays because I like to dress like Vincent Price. But specifically when I'm talking about spooky horror stuff, do you know what I mean? But at the moment, I'm also wearing it because it's fucking freezing here. Thank you very much, Nibirin, for the full link to the Mythical Mondays. I appreciate that. That link is to the full playlist of all the ones that I managed to transfer over before they got deleted. I think it's missing like 3 of them, which I haven't managed to do. But the rest, excuse me, are all there. As mentioned earlier, death is identified as the 4th horseman of the horsemen, which the Bible says in the book of Revelation. What? Oh, the following excerpt has been taken from the English Standard Version. When he opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature say, "Come," and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and its rider's name was Death. And Hades followed him. And there were given authority over a 4th kind of earth. And they were given authority over a 4th of the earth to kill with sword and with famine and with pestilence by wild beasts of the earth. Although the scripture doesn't call death the Grim Reaper, nor does it say about it wearing a black hooded cloak holding a scythe, it does act as a link to the depiction of the Grim Reaper riding a pale horse. If you carefully observe the image on the right, which is an image of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you would see the 4th horseman on the extreme left riding a pale, skinny horse and is himself quite the same, given an almost skeleton-like look. However, as mentioned earlier, various artists have depicted this horseman in a skeleton figure, some of them including John Haynes. Oh, then it just lists a whole load of them. Let me pull one up so that I can show you at least one of them. Let me just copy that entire section there. and get that up for you, because that'll be easier than trying to find out what the fuck they're trying to decipher there. Ah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. This one's especially interesting because this is a depiction of death. Death on the pale horse. Or on a pale horse, should I say. Which has very sinewy arms, a skull for a head, a skull with no teeth for a head, the crown, but it's riding a unicorn. Which I find fascinating because as per medieval artistry, now this was painted quite a few centuries after medieval artistry, but unicorns within medieval art were always symbols of purity. They were symbols of innocence and purity and signs of the faithful, as we discovered in our deep dive on unicorns. So it's interesting to see... Is it a unicorn or is that a sword? I thought this was down here was his sword. Because it said that he had a sword. So I assumed this was his sword. And that was a unicorn coming from here. That's an arm? Oh, okay. It's just a very skeletal arm. Interesting how he has a six-pack, but he has done all of the fucking crunches and sit-ups, but nothing else. This person needs to understand how to vary their workout routine, okay? Anyone with no body fat has a six-pack. That is true. That is true. But they do actually have, like, muscle there. Whereas there is no muscle. Like, this is just withered sinew. You know what I mean? They kind of remind me of Skeletor. Yeah! Listen here, He-Man! I'm a member of the horse. I'm one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Prepare! Ha! Till we meet again! Brilliant. If Skeletor comes out as one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, I am having a fucking time. Fucking time. In mythology and folklore. Okay, let's have a look at some various different mythological depictions of the Grim Reaper, okay? The Ankou, which is A-N-K-O-U. I'll write in chat for all of you people to see. There you go. The figure of death in Breton mythology, the ultimate symbolism of the Grim Reaper is death. In Greek mythology, Thanatos is the deity associated with death, who is the twin brother of Hypnos, the god of sleep. The portrayal of Thanatos isn't scary and intimidating. He is depicted as pleasant-looking young man with wings and a sword. This simply shows that the Greek did not see death as something horrific, but as an accepted part of life. In Breton mythology and Cornish and Norman... In Breton mythology and Cornish and Norman French folklore, death was personified as Ankou. His depiction is quite similar to that of the image of the Grim Reaper today. He is believed to appear as a man or a skeleton who wears a black cloak and wields a scythe. Alternately, some legends also state him to be like a shadow that seems to be that of an old man wearing a hat. Legend has it that the 4 black horses pull his cart, which help him carry the souls of the deceased. It is believed by some that the Grim Reaper has originated from the legend of Ankou. However, there are others that claim that this notion to be untrue and is considered that the Grim Reaper is somewhat more recent depiction of death. Hold on. If Ankou literally looks like the Grim Reaper and If Anku looks like the Grim Reaper, Oxford reference, that'll do. A spectral figure portending to the death of the Breton folklore. Counterpart of the Greek Thanatos, the Anku is the spirit of the last person to die in a community. Sometimes male, but more often than not female. The Anku is usually a tall, haggard figure in a wide hat with long white hair, or a skeleton with a revolving head who sees everybody everywhere. The Anku characteristically drives a deathly wagon or cart with a creaking axle and piled high with corpses. A stop at a cabin door means sudden death for those inside. Although roughly parallel to the driver of the death coach in Irish folklore, the Anku appears to draw more from the Grim Reaper in medieval Christian folklore. The 19th century writer Anatole Lebras suggested that the Anku is the survival of the prehistoric dolmen builders of Brittany. When were the Bretons around? So the Bretons came to the northwest France from Britain in the 5th century. So the Bretons have been around from the 3rd century. So we are literally talking 10 centuries before. We're talking 10 centuries prior to the Grim Reaper in Black Death mythology. There's some adverts going on. Adverts! Ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside and between, this is a good time as any. Angel Cake Lala, 8 minutes ago, redeemed a Praise the Mods. Could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. Mods! Thank you so much for all that you do. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff you do for me behind the scenes. And all the stuff you do for this wonderful, wonderful community in the Discord. I really, really appreciate it, you beautiful beings. Speaking of the Discord, friends, do not forget that the Discord is having a revamp. And that will be done by the end of this week. It's probably going to get done late on Thursday night. Because I would like to travel and see my delightful partner on Friday. But we are revamping the entire Discord. We're getting rid of all these old channels that are no longer necessary. We are amalgamating channels so that people can type multiple different things and what. We're basically trying to get rid of all of the flack so that the Discord is a more welcoming, more pleasant, wholesome place to be, where everyone can pile in and enjoy themselves and what have you. Because it used to be like that, and nowadays it's great and wonderful, and people say hi to each other and talk and what have you, but it'd be nice if it was a little bit more lively. So we're going to do what we can, and there's no pressure on you. If you don't want to talk, that's perfectly fine, but we're going to do what we can to liven it up a little bit by having a bit of a restructure, making sure that we can pile similar sort of things into similar areas, and yeah, that's going to happen on Thursday this week, okay? So Thursday this week, we are going to restructure that entire dynamic so it'll be ready for the 17th this Friday, okay? It will be lively. I've accepted your challenge. Huzzah! Huzzah! Oh, my lordy, lordy, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? It is Jay Breton. Jay Breton, we're talking about your mythology at the moment. We're talking about your mythology at the moment. The old 3rd century mythology. Monty, that's enough. Monty, we've had enough popcorn, you cheeky little shit. Stop. You'll have to excuse Monty. He gets very enthusiastic with the old popcorn and what have you. How's it going, Jay? How you doing, you beautiful being? I know that Jay will need to run off and go and grab a snaffly treat and what have you, because I was watching him when he was role-playing on the ranch server for the Red Dead Redemption roleplay and what have you, and then I was lurking for a while you were doing Indiana Jones while I was getting ready for my own stream. People go and check out Jay Britton. Jay Britton is a phenomenal voice artist, a voice actore. Yes, he's very good at the actoring. He's a thespian, don't you know? Yes, lesbian with a lisp. Friends, You punched so many Nazis. I am so proud. I am so proud. And what happened in the game? God damn it. Jay, if you need to disappear off, go do your thing. I really appreciate you bringing all your beautiful people over here. But I know that you've been streaming for a real long time across 2 channels. So if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, go do your thing. I appreciate you. Friends, if you don't know Jay Britton, you're fucking missing out. We're one of the most entertaining streamers on Twitch, in my personal opinion. Go do the thing. Go do the thing. Go click that cheeky little follow button. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. 10 out of 10. Fucking hilarious individual. All right? Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. For power, individuals, for power. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. You shouldn't be, because you were just in Jay's stream. But if you are under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, because I am a colossal filth wizard. I don't be corrupting the ears of the young. We talk about sex a hell of a lot. We haven't today. Today we're talking about death. And not in a depressing way. We're talking about death in the, we are trying to find out the origins of the Grim Reaper. We're trying to find out where, we do this thing every month called Mythical Mondays, where we deep dive into the origins of some description of monster, some monster from a myth or legend. We've done vampires, we've done werewolves, we've done witches, we've done the devil himself, we've done leprechauns, we've done fucking merfolk, we've done all of them. We've done so many of them. And today's, like this month, we are looking into the Grim Reaper and where the Grim Reaper came from, you know? So it's very, very cool. Very, very interesting. We don't do it. We like do it once a month because I don't want to oversaturate people with fucking knowledge and shit. But this shit is where I love it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? There are so many different things that you can bonk the Nazis and fascists within that game. It's very satisfying. That makes me very happy. If there's one thing I want to do, it's... I'm not going to say bonk and no. If there's one thing I would like to do, it's punch a Nazi in the face. I'm not even going to say in a video game because it's true. You know what I mean? The bigotry has no place here. Hentai Mommy, how you doing? You will be very welcome here. Don't worry. We got tentacles galore, friend. We got tentacles everywhere. You want some tentacles? We got your tentacles. Don't you worry, Hentai Mommy. We got you covered. Oh, lovely. Exactly. Consenticles. We've actually gone over to another streamer called Psyche, who has tentacles everywhere, but they're tentacles with consent. Consenticles, if you will. You know? It's all done. It's all part and parcel of the scenario. Exactly. Tentacles. Consenticles. It's the only way to do it. But welcome on, you delightful individuals. If any of you need to disappear off, Jay included, if any of you need to disappear off, grab a snaffly treat, grab some delightful beverage, please go and do so. Please look after yourselves. Please do what you need to do to look after yourselves, because as much as I love your attention, I am quite the attention whore. I appreciate that your lives must come first, and I need you to look after yourself, because if you don't look after yourself, how are you meant to pander to my ego with the level of gusto that I require? Do you know what I mean? How are you meant to do that? How are you meant to do that? You know, it's a need. It's a need in life, you know. Haven't punched a Nazi in real life. Have punched a racist though, pretty close. Yeah, pretty much. Similar sort of thing, to be honest with you. The Nazis were also racist, so, you know, you're only a step away there, to be honest with you, Mala. You're only a step away. I'd say you are on the right path, you know? How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? Don't know, but I can tell you how many tickles it takes for them to fuck! Anyway. Anyway, just slowly backing out, Sales. Slowly backing out. I understand, friend. I understand. But yeah, we are deep diving the origins of the Grim Reaper. Now, so far, we have uncovered the first known, like, real depiction, like, actual depiction of the Grim Reaper as the Grim Reaper, as we understand them to be the Grim Reaper, was in the 14th century with the Black Death Plague that swept through Europe. That was the first time we saw the skeleton, which obviously symbol of death, along with the robes. We didn't realize before, but the black robes that the Grim Reaper is often clothed in are actually a copy of the funeral robes that clergymen used to wear at funerals during like the 14th century. So the 1300s, they would clothe themselves in these big long black robes in order to do the funerary procession, the grieving element of it, you know. And the black robes that the Grim Reaper is depicted in is the funerary robes of the 1300s, which is fantastic. And then the scythe was the whole reaping of men, like to pluck the corn from the earth. Is for the Grim Reaper is to like pluck the souls from the land of the living, you know. But we have delved deeper, friends. We have delved deeper, and obviously there's the four horsemen of the apocalypse depiction, where you have death riding on a pale horse. But we have also found that the Anku, which is a courier, a mythological creature of the Breton society, which was the 3rd century AD across parts of France and Britain. The creature known as the Anku was also Grim Reaper-esque. It had a scythe. It was skeletal. It had a long black flowing robe in many depictions. In other depictions, it was usually the last member of a community to die. So either a male, but more often than not, a woman with a large brimmed hat, a skeletal face, and would maniacally cackle on a squeaky wagon that was piled high with corpses. Some very interesting depictions of these folklores here. But also, like, it's interesting that the earliest depiction, according to the Britannica encyclopedia, was in the 13th century. However, there are depictions of the Anku. Can I show this picture to you? I can. It's a very grainy picture, but it will do for the purposes of thingy. This is a picture of the Anku, which you can understand. This is one robe away from being the Grim Reaper. Do you know what I mean? And this was 1,000 years. I was going to say 1,000 years. This was 1,000 years. This was a century before the Black Death, which is supposedly the origins of the Grim Reaper. So it's all very interesting and fascinating so far, friends. All very interesting and fascinating. Oh, Jesus Christ. Zoom in and suddenly the words are in my eyeballs. Do you know what I mean? Why are you showing me my baby picture? I don't know. You were very bony as a child. Very bony. And then, of course, in the Black Death, yeah, so we've touched on this before, but we will touch on it again. Life and death are an inseparable and inevitable part of the world's existence. It was not always that death was personified as a scythe bearer who wears a hooded cloak and carries souls to the afterlife. If we browse through the medieval history and the events that took place in it, it can be concluded that a lot about the figure of death as a skeleton can be linked with the massive deaths that occurred between the late 14th to the early 15th century, infamously known as the Black Death. The plague, we looked it up before, by the way, friends. The Black Death plague killed approximately between the time of 1347 and 1351, which is just one small period of time. It killed 25 million people across Europe, which at the time, during those periods, was approximately 65% of the entire population of Europe. The entire population. So you can understand why death was on the mind when that many people are dying, you know? It was literally 50% of, in the city of Paris, it was 50% of people died in Paris. The plague came in various forms in different cities, wiping out significant percentage of the population. Because of the plague being highly contagious, priests refused to perform the last rites, resulting in unburied dead bodies. Considering the frightening environment, where everyone feared being affected with the pandemic, it was only natural for people to have a view of death as a skeletal figure, as the amount of corpses in the vicinities were overwhelming. This pandemic was named the Black Death because the victims were covered in mysterious black boils that oozed blood and pus. Also, the skin of the victims became black and gangrenous. Black is also the color that was worn in funerals and deaths. Hence, the natural. What? Hence, it was natural for some of the English here isn't the greatest. Hence, it was natural for the artists of that era to see death as coming in the color of black. While initially, tools such as the crossbow, axe, or cart were shown with death as death weapons, gradually it was replaced with a scythe, as many artists portrayed death or the Grim Reaper using the tool to mow the souls, as is shown with the image on the right. So what I find really interesting about this. Let me just finish the thingies. The Grim Reaper is shown mowing the souls of the people who died due to cholera during the Balkan War. These pandemics are in different forms, depicting that the taker of souls comes at different times through different means to take its assignment to deliver souls to their rightful place. I wonder, friends, and this is my speculation more than anything else, okay? This is absolutely speculation. I wonder, because it says here that the initial tools that death was depicted with, that the Grim Reaper was depicted with, was a crossbow, an axe, or a dart. Dart, very interesting, more associated with like assassination, I would imagine, because you'd have like a poison dart. The crossbow, very precise and can be shot from far away, so it makes sense. Also, a reflection of Cupid's bow. The idea of an invisible arrow shooting through someone to produce love. Yeah, simplex, exactly. Sounds like an anti-eros. The Cupid's bow shooting an invisible arrow to knock somebody into a state of love or arousal. But also the idea of like an invisible bolt, a crossbow bolt, shooting through somebody to kill them. Nobody sees it, but it comes from afar, so no one knows whether like the death is around, blah, blah, blah. And the axe makes sense because a lot of people, especially throughout the 13th century and stuff like that, or 13th, 14th century, should I say, like executioners would have an axe. They would behead people with an axe. So all of these things make sense in regards to there are three immediate weapons that are associated with death directly. That makes sense. What I genuinely wonder, and this is purely my own speculation, is whether the scythe replaced those weapons purely because of the volume of people that died during the Black Death. Like, it would be impossible for a logical mind in the 13th century to be like, oh yeah, Death's just real good at reloading his crossbow. Just real good at reloading his crossbow. Or just real good at swinging an axe all over the place. It makes much more sense for Death to just stand there and go, okay, cool, you're all mine now. So I genuinely wonder whether it was a natural evolution of there are too many people dying for any of these weapons that we have previously depicted the Grim Reaper with to make logical sense. Whereas maybe you just have that much extra work, maybe. Whereas the scythe makes more sense because the scythe was like the modern combine harvester in that day and age. It was like, oh my god, a scythe? You don't have to individually pluck your crops from the field? My god! They solved the Santa problem? Yeah, exactly. Who needs to individually deliver toys to children when you can mow those souls out of their bodies with a scythe? But yeah, a modern day death. Excuse me, modern day death would have a combine. That makes sense. That makes complete sense, especially during a pandemic as grievous as the Black Death. You know. Oh, there's an entire section here on the gender of the Grim Reaper. Fascinating. There's been an ongoing debate of the Grim Reaper being male or a female. Why? Why? Why has there been an ongoing debate over the gender of the death? Why? Death is a skeleton. Does it matter? Do they care? What do they identify as? Because. Okay. Also, while we're briefly talking about skeletons, are you surprised? No, not even slightly. The way that people had a fucking hissy fit over the concept of God being non-binary was fucking hilarious. Gotta know the gender, extremely important because we need to know. That needs to be it. We need to know whether their hips are real big. God is a cloud. God is indeed half cloud. All depictions of God are like a centaur, but instead of half man, half horse, it's half bearded old bloke, half cloud. Yeah, 100%. I don't really want to get into the whole gender thing, but I will say, I do find it absolutely hilarious that people turn around and go, oh, you can tell a skeleton's gender. You can tell somebody's gender based on their skeleton, when actually when you speak to, this is a bit of information for you all if you didn't know, if you speak to archaeologists, they can sometimes tell the gender of a skeleton based on the skeletal structure, but more often than not, they are making educated guesses. There is no direct guaranteed way to tell a skeleton based on to tell a deceased person's gender based on their skeleton, which I find fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Maybe death is intersex. Maybe it would make sense. It would make sense. Why would they be anything? Why would they have a gender at all? Why would they not be like the angels where there are no genders? You know, we've all seen Dogma. We know what happens when they drop their pants and they look like Action Man. Do you know what I mean? I get it. I get it. You know? Maybe because it varies depending on the language. Because of that, death was female in the Spanish version of Discworld for years. Oh, really? That's interesting. That is genuinely interesting. The way that language works like that is always fascinating. You know? If you're going to anthropomorphize, you might as well add some bits and bobs. But we all know here, Pastor Van, that bits and bobs do not dictate somebody's gender. They haven't throughout history. Do you know what I mean? They haven't throughout history. There are literally ancient texts and statues and stuff like that prove that. But anyway, as anatomically impaired as a Ken doll. Exactly, Simplex, right? My girlfriend is an archaeologist, and they apparently tend to sex skeletons primarily on the hips and jawbones. Accuracy is another question. That was what I was reading. Also, very, very cool that your partner is an archaeologist. But that's what I was reading about. There was an archaeologist who was specifically interviewed about gender and skeletons, and they say they make educated guesses based on hips and jawbones, because of it is more likely to have a more prominent jawbone and a specific style of hip if you are masculine, or if you have more testosterone versus if you have more estrogen. Yeah, I understand that dynamic. However, from what this article was saying, fucking hell, I need to think about what I'm actually saying first before I actually get tongue-tied. What this article was saying was they have found that when they actually go and DNA test the like the spinal column or something like that, they have found that in 60, I'm sure it was like 63 to 65% of cases, their estimation was wrong, because there is no direct way. Like you say, it's a lot of educated guesses. which I just thought was absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating that was a scenario. Because they're one of the big things that people turn around, all those transphobes out there that turn around and are like, no, you can tell your skeleton is different. The way you hold muscle is different. And it's just like, actually, is it? Is it? I don't know whether it does. Doesn't surprise me. All skeletal structures is pretty unique to each individual. Oh, fuck yeah. I am a live, nimbly pimbly, effeminate fuck. Jesus Christ. I am all too aware. Cisgender male, I am effeminate as fuck. Absolutely. You know? For lawns, size replaced by a lawnmower, less evocative image for death. Yeah, could you imagine just running on one of those like sitting lawnmowers when you just drive it around a little bit? Real chill, like. Real chill. Okay, the gender of the Grim Reaper. We'll look into it for purposes of education, you know. There has been an ongoing debate of the Grim Reaper being male or female. We're not including any other genders. We're just going for the binary of male and female according to this article, okay? First off, being a symbol of death, it is unlikely for it to have a gender. Fucking well said. While mostly this psychopomp is depicted as a male, therefore have been legends associated with death being... What? I can't fucking read it because it's like sections of words. You know when it's like when they try and put a picture in there and it cuts off all of the words. So it's like, while mostal ye, this psych opom is depicted as a male, there have been legends associated with death being a female. For instance, in Poland, death is a female word, śmierć. Śmierć? And is believed to be an old skeletal woman whose appearance is quite similar to that of the traditional Grim Reaper. However, Death wears a white robe, not a black one. Also, in Scandinavian mythology, Death is considered to be an old and ugly woman who especially came into the picture during the Black Plague. It is said that this old lady came with either a broom or a rake and wore a black robe. Early depictions of witches, perhaps? An old, ugly woman with wearing all black with a broom? I wonder what that sounds like. The day she brought a broom... Oh, this is interesting. The legend, the Scandinavian myth goes that the days that the old woman, the old death lady, brought a broom, everyone in the area would die. The days that she brought a rake, only some people would die and some would escape death. That's fascinating. That's a really interesting way of doing it. Ultimate, no worries. You take it easy, Mini Micro. Thanks for popping by. I appreciate that. Political cartoon with death running over the middle of America with a combine would have gone hard, right? It's certainly in 2020, for sure, Simplex. For sure. I think that would have been the same for most of the countries, especially in the UK as well. A similar belief was prevalent in Lithuanian mythology, where death was called Guillotine. Guillotine? Who was an old, ugly woman with a long blue nose and a poisonous tongue. In both regions, the depictions of death later evolved as the Grim Reaper wearing a black robe and holding a scythe. But interesting that their original depictions of death were old women. Probably because in the day and age, women, to my knowledge, and I'm not a historian by any stretch of the imagination, but to my knowledge, women in ye olde days tended to have a slightly longer lifespan than most men did. Usually because of like wars and shit like that. But it makes sense that you would have an old woman who is a very aged lady. It's like, yeah, she's death because she's living longer than everyone else around here. And the whole concept of life after death is well beyond the realms of the physical world, and no one ever ventured back to tell us whether there is such an entity as the Grim Reaper in reality or not. and the fact of the entity being male or female. While some people consider it to be nothing more than a myth, a scary fictional character perhaps, the concept of the Grim Reaper is a chilling reminder that teaches us that death is a reality that we all must face. It might just say hello when we least expect it. Hi. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Interesting. I'm really intrigued by what was it? The Anchor? Anku. That was it. I want to know more about the Anku, which is the Breton creature. Because that seems to be one of the earliest depictions of anything like the Grim Reaper. We found out, for those people that joined us from Jay's stream or may have just joined us, we did find out that the word Grim Reaper, the title Grim Reaper, wasn't used until the middle of the 18th century. It was the middle of the 18th century, the middle of the 1800s, that the Grim Reaper was first used the term the Grim Reaper was first used in a book about how to live your life the best way possible as a Christian. And the whole thing was about, the whole chapter was like preparing yourself for death, preparing yourself to be collected by the Grim Reaper. So the author had obviously seen the imagery of this Grim Reaper, of the Grim Reaper as we know it, the skeleton in the hood and the size, and they were like, oh look, it's a Reaper, oh look, it's a Grim Reaper, and therefore it got taken from there, you know. The rake has gaps, the broom has not. Exactly, looks. I just find that really interesting. Death also is female in Portuguese, assuming most Latin-based languages. Okay, interesting. Guillotine? Guillotina? Wonder if it's like the decapitator. Maybe, Pastor Van. I definitely understand, like, obviously the device, the guillotine. But yeah, interesting. Preparing the dead was women's work, washing and posing. Only in some cultures, Authenticator. Because I know that in many cultures and many across Europe, there was the idea, the completely false idea that preparing the dead was too much of a, like, women were too sensitive to prepare the dead. They would never, like, you would, like, all of the old morticians, etc., and the coffin bearers and not the morticians, the, what do they call them? Whatever, the people that look after the dead. No, not the priests. Can't remember. But either way, yeah, they were all men. And to my knowledge, it was because they believed women to be too frail of a disposition to be able to cope with bodies, which is bullshit, because, you know, they've had generations and generations of wars where women have had to deal with their bodies. Yeah. Undertakers, thank you very much, Disron. Thank you very much. That's 100% a Victorian idea? I don't know. I got no idea. I can understand why it would be, but I also know that the propaganda around women being feeble, not feeble, women being of a more sensitive disposition has been around since the Dark Ages. Because men, and very specifically the church, wanted to control women. And therefore, it was always the idea, oh, women, they're so feeble, they're so delicate, we need to look after them, they can't be allowed to have their own devices, oh look, they're all witches, burn them all. Do you know what I mean? Very class dependent. The poor prepared their own dead, held wakes and funerals in their own homes, etc. Digging a 100 cubic foot hole was probably not thought of as a woman's job. That is also true. That is true. The gravedigger and undertaker are very different. They were very different jobs, to my knowledge. You would have the person that prepared the body and then the person that digged the pit. Do you know what I mean? Right, where was I? I wanted to look at this Anku creature. The Anku, the most terrifying figure in Celtic folklore? Question mark. We're looking at, so this is the staringatthesea.com. Staring-at-the-sea.com. For those people that want my references. Before the Grim Reaper, there was Anku. Known as the Anku in Breton mythology, the Ankau in Cornish mythology, the Angau in Welsh mythology, this Celtic legend is the most prolific in the region of Brittany, where, if you keep your eyes peeled, you can still spot him haunting many churches and cathedrals. Interesting. The Anku is a defiant remnant of pagan influence surviving as a stowaway in the stonework of Christian buildings. Shit. So this article is saying that, you know, when you look at an old Gothic church, like an old medieval church, or like a cathedral or what have you, if you ever see a skeleton depicted on that church, that is the symbol of the Anku. It is said that in every graveyard in Brittany, has its own Anku. He is the last soul to die in the village before the stroke of midnight that year, doomed to stay another year longer upon this earth as the guardian of the graveyard until another soul takes its place. Oh shit. So I got the whole, it's the last person that dies, but it's the last person that dies in the community that year, and then they have to take on the role of Death Guardian up until the next, for the following year, until the last person in that community dies. Oh, that's wild. That's a very that would make you want to die faster. That's a way of yeah, that's really interesting. That is really, really interesting. Some cases I could see women doing it, especially for other women, to protect the deceased person's modesty. Yeah. Actual grave digging, not women's work. Yeah. Read a lot about the church thing, the new church buildings over an old church. Religion's equivalent of pissing on the grave of the old church. Yeah, no, that happens an awful lot. The way back to Anglo-Saxon times, death was a realm of the women. Tolkien was influenced by this and took those inspirations for the Rohirrim. Example of the burial of King Theoden's son. The young man passed through the warriors and the men, but the last two ushered him to the grave of the women who sing the lament. I know that women were definitely employed as the wailers. So there was a tradition many generations ago where there were you would pay for grievers. You would pay for usually women, but sometimes there were men there as well, to grieve at your funeral, and they would wail on your behalf so that you could stay there with your dignity, and these people would chase away the evil spirits and the devils from coming and collecting the person's soul by wailing and grieving so loud. That was a whole thing. But yeah. From the Spell of Brittany, the quotation says, "No sentiment is so strong with the Breton." Oh my lordy! Give me 2 seconds, you beautiful raiders. No sentiment is so strong with the Breton as their affection and veneration for the dead. With these people, the veil which separates the real from the marvelous is very slight. Interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside in between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, I tell you. The preposterousness. The scandal. How very, very dare they? How's it going, Aslan Shenanigans? How you doing, you cheeky little devil, you wonderful bean? How you doing? How's it going? What? Well, hold on. Monty, stop it. Stop it. I'm trying to talk to people. I'm trying to have a conversation here. God damn it. How's it going? How you doing, you beautiful being? You doing some 7 days to die? Oh, lordy, how was your 7 days to die? How was your 7 days to die? Friends, go and check out the glorious Aslan Shenanigans. Aslan Shenanigans plays a whole load of different games, a lot of community-based games, playing a lot of things with their community. They play Don't Starve Together. They play Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. They play, they used to play Ark and Dead by Daylight, but I don't know whether you still do. You got your voice back from when you lost it over Christmas. Huzzah! And of course, now you're playing 7 Days to Die. So how did that go? How's that going? Was it wonderful? Was it great? Was it glorious? Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you should know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals, faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard and don't be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about, you cheeky devils. We are deep diving the origins of the Grim Reaper today, friends. We are deep diving the origins of the Grim Reaper. We found, so far, let me give you a TLDR. We found that the first depiction of the name Grim Reaper was in 1846 with a book that was released about how to live your life as well as possible as a Christian. And one of the things that they said was about preparing yourself for death, preparing yourself for the coming of the Grim Reaper. That was the first use of the word Grim Reaper, the title, the Grim Reaper. Most historians believe that the depiction of the Grim Reaper came about during the Black Plague across Europe. So we're talking the mid-1300s, where the skeletal figure of death was robed in the black robe. Now, we found that the black robe itself was actually a funeral robe, a funerary robe, that was worn by the clergy at the time. That very heavy, big hood robe was worn by the clergy, and therefore they believed that death was there in a clerical robe for that of the death. In regards to the holding of the scythe, originally death was depicted with a crossbow, an axe, or a dart. But I have speculated, no one's actually said this, but I have speculated because of how many people died during the epidemic of the Black Death, that they upscaled to a scythe because it made sense that you could reap that much corn from your fields. You could reap that many crops with a scythe, that there were too many for an axe-wielding Grim Reaper to be able to do. So they were just like, do you know what? Let's get the scythe in here and just kill them all. Just take all the souls. Take all the souls. It'll be fine. It'll be all right. However, in amongst that, we have discovered a thing called an Anku, which is a Breton mythological creature, which dates back a full 1,000 years earlier than the Grim Reaper. So the Grim Reaper in themselves, as most historians believe it, came about in the mid-1300s. This creature came about in the 3rd century, so the 200s. So the 200s. And the Anku has many, the Anku is the last person to die in a community that year, and they have to stay around as the guardian of the dead until the following year, when another soul will take their place. 7 Days to Die was great. Someone very kindly bought me a server. And soon I will have access to another server where I'll be able to play with console players. I'm very excited, very lucky to have someone who is sponsoring my 7 Days to Die server. That's amazing. Oh, that's really, really cool, Azin. I'm really happy for you. You love Ark, however, I haven't played it for a while. Gave up on my Ark server because people lost interest in it. That's fair. No longer played Dead by Daylight. So many changes. Just became extremely toxic. That is entirely fair. That is entirely fair. And replace that game with Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. Awesome. Which I love to death, and working on keeping my place as a top 100 streamers who play that and getting more involved in the community. That's amazing. That is genuinely amazing, Aslan. By the way, Aslan, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, as always, I forget to say it, but as always, if you need to disappear off, please do so. Please look after yourself. You know, obviously, you're welcome to stick around if you would like to. You know? So the Anku is more like a job you get if you die at the wrong time. Yes, effectively, yeah. You play Dead by Daylight for fun. It is possible if you want to try again. Yeah, that's fair. If I'm honest, I feel that Bodhisattva type would probably let people go by remain as the Ankou. It's Ankou. Ankau. Like that. However, the Cornish, that was the Breton spelling of it. The Cornish spelling of it was this, and the Welsh spelling of it was this. So it was the Ankou, the Ankau, or the Angao. One of the two. Or one of the three, even, you know. Hope everyone has an amazing day and fascinating night. If I don't see you, I'm always wishing you a better tomorrow. You take it easy. Yeah, go eat and sleep. Go eat and sleep, you beautiful bean. Go do the thing. Go do the thing. Go do the thing. Thank you so much for bringing your people in. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So these are the descriptions that are given to the Ankau, okay, or the Ankou. A tall man that dresses in black, who is thin and or skeletal looking, has white hair under a wide-brimmed black hat, holds a scythe, immediate scythe tick box, might be dragging a wheelbarrow or riding a horse-drawn cart with squeaking wheels. We talked about the axle being off. The coach may be pulled by two horses, one fat and the other emaciated, and may have one or two ghostly mates with him. However, we have seen other depictions of the Ankou, the Ankau, which were fully skeletal. Like a full skeleton with a scythe that sometimes dresses in a black robe, which seems to be a depiction of the Grim Reaper that is a good 1,000 years older than what most historians believe to be, you know? How's it going, Persephone? How you doing? When you can do the Mythical Mondays on cougars? Persephone, they're not myths. They're not myths. They are alive and well. They are no cryptid. They are just ready. All right? Just ready. The Hindu enlightened who station themselves at the edge of reality, ensuring that all others reach enlightenment before they cross over themselves. Oh, cool. Cool. One of the things at Simplex, one of the things I really want to do this year in 2025 is look into other like mythological creatures from other things. I've very much focused on European mythological creatures purely because they're the ones I know so well. However, now that we've been doing it well over a year, I would be interested this year to look further afield, look to some of the Indian mythological creatures, look to some of like the Eastern like Chinese or Japanese mythological creatures, even some of the like the native peoples of America. I would be interested to look into some of their things. Maybe like the most popular one is obviously like the Wendigo and stuff like that. Egyptians ones too. Yeah, we could definitely look into Egypt and Africa. Yeah, the rest of Africa as well. I'd be interested in that. But I'm not going to do it for February, but I would be interested in March. We could look in March to, I'll do a vote for people, and if people want to, they can vote on which culture. I'll pick, say, 5 different creatures from different cultures, and you can all choose which one is the next one. We'll do that on the next Mythological Monday. So by the next by February's Mythological Monday, I will have a poll ready, a vote ready for people to pick which one's going to be our March one, okay? Took history of the world religions in class in college, so we got a survey of basically basic 6 and some other folk religions. Ooh, interesting. That's very, very cool. I like that. I know I am one. I'm the real. You are indeed. You're ready, Persephone. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Okay, so the advice they give you for the Ankou is if you hear a sound of shrieking owl just before spotting him, then definitely get... So if you were in a graveyard, friends, and you hear an owl shriek and then spot a tall individual with a wide-brimmed hat and is holding a scythe, then you need to run. Okay? Any other time, doesn't matter. But if you hear the owl beforehand, get the fuck out of there. All right? Get the fuck out of there. Just relaxing. Hope you're well. Doing all right. Thank you very much. Doing okay. Really enjoying this deep dive into the origins of the Grim Reaper at the moment. Although saying that, many people say that seeing the Anku at all may mean your death warrant is sealed. Ooh. Okay, interesting. They have a translation of the original legend of the Anku. And I'm going to read it to you now, okay? It was a night in June when the Breton leave their horses out all night. A young man had taken his horses to the field. He was whistling on his way back, for the night was clear and the moon was shining. He heard a coach coming towards him on the road. Let's get some atmosphere. He heard a coach coming toward him on the road. The coach, whose badly greased axle went squeak, squeak. He was sure it was the coach of death. At last, I'll be able to see that coach with my own eyes, he thought. And he crossed the ditch and hid in a clump of hazels, so that he could see without being seen. The coach came into view. It was drawn by 3 white horses, harnessed one behind the other. 2 men accompanied it, each dressed in black and wearing wide-brimmed felt hats. One of them led the first horse by the bridle. The other was standing up at the front of the coach. As the coach came opposite the hazel clump where the young man was hiding, its axle went crack. "Stop," said the man on the coach, to the one who was leading the horses. The man cried, "Whoa!" and the team came to a halt. "The axle pin's just broken," said the Anku. "Go and cut what you need to make a new one from that hazel clump over there." "I'm lost," thought the young man, who right then regretted his indiscreet curiosity very much. However, he was not punished there and then. The coachman cut off a branch, shaped it, inserted it into the axle, and then the horse and coach went on their way. The young man was able to return home safe and sound, but toward morning he was awakened with an unknown fever. They buried him the next day. I forgot the pipe. I should have done the pipe. The translation is of the Coach of the Dead, first recorded by a Breton poet.
Subscribed, most kind.
Hail to thee, Valen most vain. How goes thy day?
How's it going, Casamoose? How you doing, you cheeky little devil? 40 months. Good lord, my day is going very, very well. How is your day going? By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know, you cheeky devil, you. So that was a translation of The Coach of the Dead, which was first recorded by a Breton poet and folklorist, Anatole Lebras, in 1890. Though, of course, the actual legend is much older. But it wasn't until this point handed down the generations through, oral tradition. Lebras made the Anku famous in his work La Legende de la Morte, or The Legend of the Dead, detailing the traditions and stories of death in the otherworld in Breton folklore. Lebras was part of the wider trend in the late Victorian period of reviving Celtic folklore. He grew up speaking Breton as his mother tongue with his parents who didn't speak French, and it is said that Lebras often entertained local peasants at his home, recording their songs and stories for his research. The figure of the Anku is particularly curious to me. The figure of the Anku is particularly curious to the author of this article, due to him being the soul of a man who was held against his will on Earth. It gives him a level of complexity as a character, obviously a source of great fear, but also of pity. The most terrifying fate to me seems to be made to be made an Anku rather than being taken by one. But yes, it then asks, it was like, do you see the comparison between the Grim Reaper and the Anku? And let's be very clear, it's very, very similar. This is a depiction of the Anku. This is the depiction of the Anku. So he has a large scythe and what seems to be like a small hook scythe as well. And is often depicted in a black cloak with a wide-brimmed hat. We like a good oral tradition. We certainly do, Authenticator. So I'm inclined to agree with the Celtic folklorists that the Bretons, the first real depiction of a Grim Reaper was that of the Bretons, the Anku, that grew because the Bretons. Can we have a look at where the Bretons took over? So this was a 6th century Breton settlement. So the Britons were all the way down the west coast of the UK, or of England and Wales, shall we say, and then over into France as well. It makes sense that the story of the Anku, or at least the visual depiction of the Anku, as a direct association with death, because especially if there was like loads of wars and what have you, and obviously between the 3rd century when the Bretons were a big thing, and the 13th century when the Black Death hit, there were God knows how many wars. It makes sense that the Bretons would be incorporated into a variety of other different societies, and either because of plague or illness or war, it would make sense that they would talk about, oh, careful, death is coming. The Anku. Death, he is a skeleton figure. He wears a robe and has a scythe. Keep your eyes peeled for him. As long as you don't see him, you're fine. Or they'd hear a screech on a battlefield, a screech of an owl, and they'd be like, oh God, there, quick, avert your eyes. If you see the Anku, he will kill you. He will take your life on the next day of the battle. You know, it makes sense that would be a depiction that would transcend social boundaries within those realms, you know? So, yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting. But so I think that as much as the folklorists agree that or they have a depiction of the fact that the Grim Reaper as an image of death really came around in the 1300s with the Black Death because of the rife, because of how many people were dying during the mid 1300s. It would make sense that they were talking more and more about death, about how death would look and stuff like that. And in those scenarios, about, oh, yeah, well, my grandmother, who hailed from Britain or hailed from France, depicted death like this. And those oral traditions, because it said there that the oral tradition wasn't written until like the Victorian period, but it was still an oral tradition throughout a variety of different cultures. So it made sense that that depiction of death, especially as a depiction of death that is actually quite horrifying when you think of it. We're all used to it now. We're all used to the concept of a skeleton in a robe with a big scythe. It's been very much like Dracula. It's been taken the piss out of so many times. It's been overused and overused and overused and overused. Whereas now, these days, in this day and age, we're not really bothered by it. But at the time, if you think about it, you are surrounded by people that are dying, your loved ones, your neighbors. You don't know whether you're going to get ill. You don't know whether you're going to get sick. And someone tells you that death is a skeleton prowling the streets in a funerary robe, carrying a scythe. That's quite an intimidating visual if you have no knowledge of like the Grim Reaper as a concept. That is quite a terrifying knowledge, you know? Brought an Aztec death whistle onto the battlefield. Jesus Christ, yeah. The Aztec death whistle is a fascinating concept. I've heard a couple. I haven't heard them myself, but I've heard like videos of them. Yeah. So what if you're blind? What if you're blind? You live forever, obviously, Tunakas. Obviously, you know. Yeah, the ads are starting soon, friends. The ads are starting soon. But that is a very interesting... That was a very interesting deep dive, because I thought it was going to... When we first started, I thought it was going to be really short. I thought we were going to be like, okay, cool. Right, okay, there's 3 paragraphs on this page, and we're on the second website, and the 3 paragraphs are exactly the same as they were on that one. Okay, never mind. And, okay, shit. Fuck. Where do we go from here? But actually, it turns out that there is a big fuck-off load of old Britain lore that is hidden behind it all, which is fascinating. Really, really, really interesting. Really, really, really interesting. Ooh. Okay. Cool. Kino Wolfie, how you doing? Especially since the scythe is merely a farm tool. Was used for the grains and therefore common in those times. Yeah, very much so. Kino Wolfie. Yeah, no, that's a really good point, actually. It would have been... Farm folk would have been... I don't know whether they'd have carried them around, but they definitely would... It would be a relatively common tool for somebody to carry around. I suppose the equivalent in this day and age would be like someone carrying a hammer. You know? It's a very specific tool that is relatively common, but wouldn't just be carried around casually, if that makes sense. Because the scythe was a very specific tool that was used for a very specific purpose, was relatively common, but wasn't just carried around casually, you know? To quote the Reaper, you could be a king or a little street sweeper, but sooner or later, you'll dance with the Reaper. Isn't that a Bill and Ted? Is that Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey music, man? Oh my god. You could be a king or a little street sweeper, but sooner or later, you'll dance with the Reaper. With his big double bass. Boom, 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 boom. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, that is memories. That is memories right there, music man. That is memories I wasn't ready for. Jesus Christ. How you doing, Savvy Bye? How you doing, you beautiful bean? Good lord. Memories all alone in the moonlight. Fuck me. What a set of memories as well. Oh my lordy. I think one of those heavy gardening pickaxes would be curiously fun reimagination. Well, in this day and age, Kino Wolfie, the death would obviously have a lawnmower. Or a combine harvester. And you know what? I think I'm bang on the fucking money with the earliest depictions of death having an axe and a crossbow. The Grim Strimmer. Yes, Max Wattage. It is the Grim Strimmer. I think I'm bang on the money with the idea, the earliest depictions of death having a crossbow or an axe, but they evolved to the scythe purely because of how many people, because of the gravity with how many people were dying. They were like, there's no way that death could kill all of these people like that. They must reap them. Must reap what they sow, you know? One of those ride-on mowers, exactly, right? Sheerly. Oh my god, Simplex. Really? Imagine the Reaper in a straw farmer hat and overalls holding a scythe. To be honest with you, Music Man, you don't have to, because that is the picture of soul music. Oh no, it's not soul music. It's Reaper Man. That's it. Thank you very much. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. Soul music was the last one in the series. We've got it right here. Right here. There he is, just chilling out, having a good time. Honestly, the Death series, which is Mort, Reaper Man, and Soul Music, one of the greatest book series I've thoroughly enjoyed. The full spread of the book was my desktop on the longest time. Oh, really? No way. That was really, really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm actually going to be reading the Discworld after I finish my current book. Solid call. Solid call. Well, the Discworld, obviously, the Discworld is an entire fucking universe, and he wrote fucking 100-odd books or what have you. But, yeah. Yeah. You get the idea. You get the idea. But, yeah. That was cool. That was interesting. Good evening, I return. How are we? Very good. Thank you very much, Taken. Very, very good. 42 books in the Discworld series. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're good. We have discovered the Grim Reaper, as per our knowledge. The term the Grim Reaper first came around in the 1800s, in 1846, in a book that was dedicated to how to live your life to the fullest as a Christian. And that included preparing yourself for the Grim Reaper. The depiction of the Grim Reaper as we know it was the most people believe to be the 1300s, the mid 1300s during the Black Death, where obviously a lot of people were considering like death because so many people were dying around them. I personally believe that the earliest depictions of the Grim Reaper, or earliest depictions of the Grim Reaper as we know him as Death, were seen with axes and crossbows, but he then later had a scythe. And I think it was because of the sheer volume of people that were dying at the time that they were like, there's no way he's got an axe. There's no way he's got a crossbow. He definitely has a scythe. He is reaping the souls of the entire fucking neighborhood. However, that was most historians' common belief. But there is a creature in old Britain or Breton folklore from the 3rd century, from the 200s AD, that was called the Ankou, which is Ankou, which is a skeletal figure with a scythe that would often ride a carriage that was pulled by one gluttonous horse and one lethargic horse. So one fat horse, one unbelievably skinny horse. It would have a creaky wheel, creaky axle, and therefore you would always hear it coming. And the depiction that was often associated with the Ankou was either a skeleton with a scythe that was often clothed in black robes, or a tall anemic man, a tall lethargic man who had long wispy white hair, a wide-brimmed hat, and a large scythe. So yeah, really, really interesting that even though most historians associate what we understand to be the Grim Reaper as we are came from like the 1300s, a good 1,000 to 1,100 years before that, there was a pretty much an almost exact depiction of the Grim Reaper in ancient Breton mythology. So fascinating is what it is. Absolutely fascinating. And then, of course, you got the depiction of like death as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, but that's kind of a mix up there, you know? In the Spanish version, death was female. The Reaper Man came out, they realized the fuck up, so from then on he's male. I feel Pratchett would have been completely fine with death being female in that book. Oh, 100% Alexander. That was pointed out earlier on, but 100%. Just got most of the Discworld books on my Kindle. Amazing news. They're worth it, in my opinion, you know? Doug Jones basically, oh my god, Simplex. 1, the Grim Reaper is from 1846, the same year as the USA declared war on Mexico. 2, he carries an axe, not a scythe. 3, the Anku is also a death man. He is doing a Grim Reaper thing with one horse who lies and one horse who eats cake or something. Got it. Yeah, basically, yeah. That is it. The Day of the Dead, with all of the sugar skulls and the carnivals and stuff like that, is where it all comes from. When I think about death as a Grim Reaper, I think of a passage from the Bible in which an angel kills 185,000 people in one night. That's 4 per second. If you calculate the night as 12 hours, that's quite impressive. Also very, very old. Yeah, to be honest with you, is it Yignock? There are quite a few depictions in the Bible that have such mass slaughter in there. Which is where you get like a lot of the imagery of like the flaming sword of the angels and stuff like that, you know. Ezekiel 1 chapter 20 or Ezekiel 1, yeah, passage 20. That's wild, because it is seen as, or there was at least one depiction of the Grim Reaper that we saw today that did depict the Grim Reaper as an angel that came to take the souls to heaven. Which is interesting because there's definitely versions of the Grim Reaper that I have seen both in artwork and in modern media and stuff like that, where the Grim Reaper is a skeleton with the robes but also has giant black angel wings. You know? Old Testament God loves the slaughter. The people at the time loved the slaughter. This is the thing that I studied theology when I was in A-level, and I find theology fascinating. I find people's belief, their faith, and the way that has been corrupted in order to seek power through the medium of religions to be equally fascinating. And let me be clear for those people that are new here, I have got no qualms with people. I'm not a believer myself, but if you have your beliefs, I will never criticize your faith. Might question it. I might ask questions about it and what have you, but I will never criticize it. You are welcome to your faith. You are welcome to your relationship that you have with your deity and or deities. I am never going to qualm that. I think it's a beautiful thing to have faith. I don't have it, but I think it is a beautiful thing to have faith. However, I will criticize religion all day, every day, because faith is a relationship between a person and their deity and or deities, whereas religion is a construct of control made by human beings in order to control the people around them. You know, say what you like about religious mythology. No, really, say what you like. It's safe to do so these days. The religious imagery is undeniably fucks. Yeah, God, yeah, 100%. Religious imagery is phenomenal in so many ways, shapes, and form. It is wild. It is really, really interesting, and often horrifically dark. It is more often dark than it is not. You know, there are versions where the Grim Reaper doesn't kill people; it just guides them to the other side. This one, that's where you still get into the realms of the Charon that we talked about earlier, which is the ferryman from ancient Greek and Roman traditions that used to sail the souls of the dead over to either Elysium or Hades. The Book of Enoch was a freaking acid trip at times. I had to read it at work once. I read not as much as the Book of Revelations. Music man. The Book of Revelations. That was somebody on a lot of very interesting narcotics. Very, very interesting narcotics. I seem to remember, it's been a long time since I've read the Book of Revelations, but I seem to remember, like, they open the doors to the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and each time the horsemen come, they take a third of the people that exist. And I'm like, hold on. A third, 2/3, one whole of the people that exist, but then another third? How does that work? Unless they take a third, and then the next one takes a third of the ones that are left, and the next one takes a third of the ones that are left, and the next one takes a third of the ones that are left, which means that even in the apocalypse, human beings still exist. Human beings still survive. You know? Systems of control deserve criticism and scrutiny no matter their origins. I completely agree. Completely agree. So I need to read that one. Fun fact, the book of the Revelations almost didn't make it into the final version of the Bible. Fun fact, the versions of the Bible has been rewritten many times over, and the most popular version of the Bible, the most popular version of the Bible that exists today is the King James Bible. Anytime you go to a hotel room, especially if you go to a hotel room somewhere in America, you will find a copy of the King James Bible in either on or in your bedside stand. Okay? King James was going to be your best. Do you know who King James is? Do you know who King James is? Was an English king. It was an English king, Dithron. It was an English king who literally started the witch hunts in the 15th century. The English king who translated the Bible from Latin to English to make it more accessible and rewrote a whole load of it in order to fit his depiction of how he viewed saving and sinning. Yeah. Anytime you pick up a King James Bible, just remember that thousands and thousands of women, children, and some men as well, warlocks and werewolves, were sent to horrific torture and death because of the person that created that interpretation of the Bible. Just remember that. Watch Heretic for a very succinct and well-researched version of this. Ooh, I will do. Check it out. Some places have changed to... Oh, really? Okay. NWV. I don't know which one that is. I'm constantly... I was about to say, some places will simplex, but the last time I looked... Do you know what? What is the most numerous version of the Bible? The King James. The King James Bible is the most numerous version of the Bible. It's the one that most people know. So the Bible that most people are aware of was translated from Latin into English by the person who literally sent thousands of people, thousands of innocent people, to be tortured and killed. Constantly having to explain faith versus religion because I have a severe aversion to religious places and literature, and I criticize heavily, but when brought up, I have absolutely no problem with faith. Oh yeah, no problem with faith. I will criticize religion all day, every day. It's full of ye olde words, make it hard to read. Yeah. Going into highly recommend the podcast Data Over Dogma. Didn't Said King also literally make it up? Said King didn't make it up, but definitely had the translation favor his view of the world. For example, in the Old Testament, I can't even remember who the fuck she is now. We looked in. If you're interested in this, I have a video on YouTube, on the VODs and Vanity YouTube channel, in the Mythical Monday section, where the VODs and Vanity YouTube channel in the Mythical Monday section that is dedicated to witches. We look it up in there very specifically. But effectively, there is a woman in the Old Testament that a king goes to see. I think it's King Herod goes to see this woman who is a seer. She's an oracle. She's a prophet. She can see. She transcends the veil of the dead to see what lies in the future. She's a foreseer, a predictor of the future. And originally, in the original Hebrew and the original Latin, she is described as such. She is a seer. In the King James Bible, she is the witch. She is the witch of Oracle, the witch of... Oh, I think it's the Witch of Oz or something like that. But, yeah, it's wild. James did not rewrite or authorize the rewrites. His copy was considered old-fashioning at the time of his publishing. It wasn't the first Bible in English. You're really getting into the weeds here with the history of biblical publishing, and I advise more research. It was 100% the first Bible written in a language we could recognize as English. The first complete English translation of the Bible was the Wycliffe Bible, released in 1382. However, the exact contribution of John Wycliffe, however, the exact extent of John Wycliffe's contribution to the translation is unclear. The King James Version of the Bible was published in 1611, and it was prepared by 54 scholars appointed by King James I. There we go. I've literally just done the research for us now. So the first English Bible, the first English translation of the Bible was the Wycliffe Bible that was published in 1382. In 1611, so 250 years later, approximately, 2.5 centuries later, King James appointed 54 scholars to translate the Bible. I didn't think that King James translated it himself because I don't think he spoke Latin. But he appointed 54 scholars to translate the Bible. And at some stage, I will double check my information and deep dive this. However, to my knowledge, Authenticator, to my knowledge, based on what I have read before, King James specifically had the Bible rewritten in order to adhere to his narcissism. That is my speculation. I think he was a narcissist. I think he was a control freak. And you know what? I'm backing that up with the fact that he killed an unreasonable amount of people for no fucking reason. But he definitely... the King James Bible is definitely the one that is the most spread out throughout the world currently. It was also very much appointed by King James. The 54 scholars to translate the Bible was appointed by King James. And from what I know of King James, which isn't the greatest amount, I'll admit, but what I know about King James based on a couple of documentaries I've seen of King James, he was very much the kind of person that wanted to know exactly what was going on and would change things as he saw fit. He wrote the book Demonology, which was a book on how to hunt witches. And he, to my knowledge, he didn't rewrite the Bible, but he certainly had it proofread. He was the one that edited it, shall we say? You know, James was extremely superstitious. Yeah. James's intention to solidify the hold of the Protestant faith during the Counter-Reformation before him was Elizabeth I and Henry VIII. Yeah. Wasn't that just the first one authorized by the church? I don't think. Well, the thing was, so prior to Henry VIII, obviously the Catholic Church, the history of the Malus Maleficorum. Thank you very much, Mayor. Excuse me, I've been pronouncing your name entirely wrong this entire time. Prior, the history of the Catholic Church was very interesting because at one point we had like 11 popes. Like during the Crusades and shit like that, we had so many popes. Every country had its own fucking pope, and every pope was saying different fucking things. But that whittled down slowly but surely. This one, you take it easy, beautiful bean. That whittled down slowly but surely to us having one pope, a single pope, for the Catholic Church. And then King Henry VIII was like, I don't want a fucking pope. I don't want this whole death to do us part thing. I want to sleep with other people. But I don't want to kill this woman. So can we just not, like, can I just divorce her? And that's when the Church of England began. And the Protestant faith began. And as of the Protestant faith in its early days, I'm not saying what it is now because I don't want to speculate on people's personal religions and faiths and stuff like that. But the Protestant faith in the early days was the Crown's version of faith, of religion. So it was like, what do you mean? What? It's like, well, yeah, we've got your book that does all this stuff, but I don't like these bits, so I'm going to cut those bits out. And yeah, King James followed on from that. What? 3 generations later? Back in the day. America had Pope Sokola. They named a soft drink after him. Oh my god.
You followed me. Ooh,
oh my
stalker.
God. Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. I appreciate you being here. Witch of Endor, that was it. Ignock. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Translation always an interpretation, therefore good for forming religion in order to influence people. Yeah. And King James was particularly interested in that. Also, very interested in the fact, like Authenticata said there, solidifying the Protestant faith, solidifying the faith of the nation under one rule. And as the influence, especially the influence with the witch hunts and stuff that took over a lot of Europe.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I really appreciate it. With the witch hunts, the influence of King James grew. So I will accept Authenticata that I did say that the one that was written by King James, you're right. He didn't write the Bible himself. He had 48 scholars that translated the Bible for him, but they did it at his request and under his supervision. And he was exactly the kind of king that if you disappointed him or you said, no, I won't do that, you were going to get tortured and murdered. Or tortured and executed, you know? He was just that kind of person. In the early days, it was German. All became German. Yeah, well, that's going into the origins of language and shit like that, you know? I mean, realistically speaking, English is a mix of the old Celtic, French, and German, if I remember correctly. You know? No, she can't give me sons. I want a new wife. Sorry, you can't do that. The Pope. Fuck your Pope. I'm the Pope now. Yeah, exactly. Hi from Scotland. Hi from Yorkshire. How you doing? How's it going, Bahamut's? Bahamut's Vengeance. I love your name. It's very, very cool. Anyway, I'm afraid you've come in just at the end, though, Bahamut's Vengeance. But you're very, very welcome here, you beautiful bean. Friends, we are going to go raid somebody, though. We're going to go throw some love, because I've been chatting away for 4.5 hours on the origins of the Grim Reaper, and I have fucking loved it, I have to say, all right? You're in Yorkshire? I'm leaving. It's true. I am in Yorkshire. It's true. All from Yorkshire, having a good time. Calm yourself. Good Lord. Look at you coming over here, having a good time. Having your fucking Tetley's tea. Get that horrid brew out here. Yeah, have a good Yorkshire. Bastard. Friends, we're going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. And I would love it. I would love it if you could come along with me to throw some love at another delightful individual. But before we do that, friends, before we do that, if you could throw some mod loves out there, say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators, I would very, very, very much appreciate it. You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. We are not emote Nazis here. We accept all emotes from all channels just to throw some love at those wonderful moderators. Mods, thank you so much for all that you do. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do for this wonderful community. I really, really, really appreciate it. Royals always credited more than they do. This palace built by that king, that sort of thing. Oh yeah. Love they perked back up during the James talk, James the First talks. Love the talks today. Thank you very much. I really enjoy these sessions. I know that we don't do them. We only do them like once a month. And I will let you know in the Discord about when the next Mythical Monday is going to be. And what we're going to be researching into it. If you want to check out the Discord, the link is there, you beautiful beans. But yeah, I like doing them. I only do them once a month so we don't get oversaturated with knowledge. We're not a fucking like folklore education stream. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure we could become one, but I don't want to just become one. I like talking about fucking sex and fetish nights and other shit. Do you know what I mean? Friends, we are going to go and see somebody who is indulging in the medieval right now. They are indulging in medievalness. If you can stick around for the raid, even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, I would really appreciate it just to go throw them some love, to go throw them some absolute joy. They're also a fantastic, wonderful individual. No worries, Mayor. You take it easy. Friends, we're going to go raid a good friend of ours. Making sure I spell their name right. Yeah. We're going to go raid Curly. We're going to go raid Curly. Curly is a wonderful bean. And they are playing some Kingdom Come Deliverance today. So they are really enjoying the medieval, the glorious medieval stuff. If you are not in the raid up here, please click on the link that I have just thrown out there. Let's go throw some love at Curly. Curly's a wonderful bean, an absolute chaos gremlin, so you are all going to love her. If you love it here, then you are going to love it over there, you beautiful individual. Fuck me, there's loads of you in here. Hello, friends. How you doing? I really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate you coming along for the conversation and learning about the Grim Reaper with me. If you're interested in more Grim Reaper shenanigans, we are back tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT when we are going to be playing Discworld. The old 1995 point-and-click Discworld game. That is what we play on Tuesdays at the moment. So I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. GMT. That's 1 p.m. British time for some Discworld shenanigans. We always chat for about an hour, and then Discworld comes in. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for spending your time here. Thanks so much for hanging out, involving yourself in the conversation, and thank you so much for all these follows. I really, really appreciate it. If you want to give us a follow now so you can check us out later, I would really appreciate it. And yeah, I just really appreciate you being here. 1, 2, and 1. This is my first time I've played this far through number 1. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Until tomorrow, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, I'll fucking kill you. I'll see you later. Bye bye bye.